Good morning, everyone. Really good to see you. Thank you for your patience. Welcome to Brussels, or rainy Brussels, for the third and very special edition of the ENRICH in Africa Congress. My name is Anya Sitharam, and it's my pleasure to be the host for this very special event. I'm a former BBC World News presenter and now work as a documentary producer. I've filmed in a number of African countries, and I also work as a conference moderator. And I'd also very much like to welcome those of you tuning in online from all over the world. Welcome to you, and I hope you enjoy today because we have a packed schedule today. We've got an array of experts, we've got entrepreneurs, business leaders who are going to share their invaluable ideas on innovation and collaboration between Europe and Africa. So I hope you are ready for an unmissable day. To open the event, I'm going to welcome onto the stage Faith Blakemore, Project Manager at Steinbeiß Europa Zentrum. They're coordinators of the ENRICH in Africa project and a consulting agency in Germany focusing on assisting companies, research in academia and public institutions throughout the entire innovation value chain. And Zandile Ntuli, Center Manager for ENRICH in Africa Center, where she manages the EiA Champions Network, implements advisories for incubators and accelerators, and develops expansion strategies and strategic collaboration. So I'd like to welcome both of you. Faith Blakemore, welcome on behalf of the project, and also Zandile Ntuli, welcome on behalf of the Centre. Thank you very much, both of you.
Is this on? Yes, it is. So hello, everybody. Welcome. I just want to say thank you for being here. This is, as we say, the last project event, because the project is coming to an end soon. So I just want to welcome you, say we have a really exciting day. The project has been incredible 3 years where we've supported and created impact for a whole range of people across Europe and Africa, done a huge amount of programs, and yeah, it's been a wonderful, wonderful experience for us. But we have the exciting situation of having created the ENRICH in Africa Center, which is going to be our legacy, and we're transitioning at the moment all of the knowledge and all of the information that they need at the center. So we're transitioning everything over so that all of this support, all of this impact, everything that we've done can continue beyond the life of the project. We didn't want it to end. We didn't want it to just stop. We know that this stuff is really valuable, really interesting, and very much needed. And so we launched the center in June, and we have Zandile here, who will be your contact point moving forward. So I just, from my side, from the project, from Steinbeiß colleagues here, I just want to say thank you very much. Thanks to all the consortium for everything you've done over the past 3 years, and I want to hand over officially to the center.
On that sad but exciting note, good morning, everybody. Hello, welcome. I'd like to welcome you to the event. I'm happy to be here, happy to meet you. Looking forward to the day, and I hope it will be exciting for you as well, the collaboration and interaction that we'll have. But most importantly, I'm actually looking forward to what we'll do together with the center. Because even though the project is coming to an end, we want to stay partners, we want to stay collaborating with you, and we want to meet everywhere in the ecosystem. So yeah, I'll leave it there. Welcome, and pleasure to meet you.
Let me just give you a quick flavour of the schedule for today. So we've got 3 really inspiring and informative keynotes this morning, and then we will be having panel discussions this afternoon. And we really hope that you will be able to take part, because we will have a roving mic, a couple of roving mics. So after each keynote speech. If there's time, put your hand up if you want to ask a question. I'm sure our speakers will be happy to answer you. And then, of course, in the panel discussions, if there's time for questions from you, the more interactive it is, the more everyone gets out of it. So thank you very much. So thank you, Faith and Zandili, for setting the scene for today, and we're going to move on now to our opening keynote. And I'm sure everyone here is, whatever you do, you're constantly trying to innovate, to keep ahead, to come up with fresh products and ideas and plans and strategies that are both new and, of course, that other word that is very popular today and very sensible, sustainable. So I'm going to invite Professor Gianluca Sergi. He's the Professor of Film Industries at the University of Nottingham in the UK. He is a renowned research and innovation voice for the global film industry. Gianluca, the floor is yours.
Trust technology. There you go. Hello. Hi. Ooh. Yes, this works a little too well, maybe. Good morning, everyone. It's nice to be here. It's a pleasure to be here. Let me tell you a little bit about what you're going to see, that presentation, and thank also to Faith, who's going to click through the slides. So hopefully it will work, because my clicker stopped working this morning with perfect timing. So the presentation you're about to see comes out of, I think, the last 5 or 6 years worth of work that I've done on innovation in the film industries, where I then, however, looked at other sectors to see what lessons could be learned. So I looked in particular at pharmaceutical, I looked at aerospace, I looked at the computing sector. So the idea was to try and understand how innovation works, and what kind of key lessons can be learned out of that. So maybe this is a good start before you get the proper specific examples of how innovation between the EU and Africa works. I'm going to talk for about 15 minutes, no more than that, because I like to leave the space open for questions if there are any, and if there aren't, great, and we can move on to the next speaker. So Faith, can you please click on the next slide? Okay, so first of all, I always love to ask stupid questions. Is that when people say, oh, we need to do innovation, we need to absolutely innovate. Yeah, but what do we actually know about innovation? Or in other words, why are we here today talking about innovation? Next. So out of curiosity, when I started doing this project 6 years ago, I looked at the New York Times, one of the world's most respected newspapers, to see how often the newspaper actually published articles about innovation. That's actually the very first front page of the New York Times, which was published in 1851. That's a newspaper, for those of you who may not be familiar with the concept. Between 1851 and 1900, in other words, roughly the first 50 years of the newspaper, there were 3,000 articles that were about innovation or around innovation. Next. In the next 50 years, that number went up to 10,000. That's not completely difficult to understand, given that during these 50 years, you saw a lot of innovation, from cars to planes, et cetera, et cetera. In the following, next 50 years, that number went up to 15,000. So between 1950 and 2000, there were 15,000 articles in the New York Times alone, just in one newspaper, that dealt with innovation. However, if projections are correct, in these 50 years, that number will go up to 56,000, click, which means 3.1 articles each day in one single newspaper that are about innovation. So whatever else we think about innovation, everybody seems to love it. This is a very, very popular concept. In a recent major global survey, 93% of CEOs indicated that innovation is crucial, not important, but crucial to the future growth of the company. And when it comes to AI, which is what I'm working on right now, that figure goes up to 96%. So in other words, they think that it is not just important, a nice thing to have, they think it is absolutely essential. Okay, great, so we now know that it's important. And everybody believes it. It's important and crucial. But do we actually know what innovation means? And let's start from the start. Let's look at what innovation actually means. Fundamentally, right now, we understand innovation in two different definitions. The first one is a business one, which is bringing new products to markets, also new services, not just necessarily a thing, but sometimes a service. The next is the technological definition, which is creating new technologies. I think this is fairly uncontroversial. I'm not saying anything particularly strange. Next. What that translates into is that fundamentally innovation is understood as something new. Indeed, we use the word innovative to mean something new. Next. And innovation is seen as something positive, as bringing development. Okay, so you know that there's a but here, right? You know, when somebody does this, usually means, aha, but. And also somebody who does film, obviously, needs to have a bit of a twist. So let's give it a twist. The definition, the original definition of innovation, next, please, Faith, comes from the Latin innovare, which means to renew something, to alter. Not to create something new, but to renew or to change something that already exists. Next. And for a long time, innovation was seen as a negative factor, something that upset order, introduced confusion, ruined lives and entire belief systems. In fact, up until about 150 years ago, the moment somebody used the word innovation got into trouble. One very famous example is Galileo. That's a painting of the trial by the Roman Inquisition, the Catholic Inquisition of Galileo, because Galileo innovated, and the Roman Inquisition said, no, thank you very much, we don't need innovation, we're going to give you a trial. He didn't burn at the stake, but he was confined to his home until he died. This is less strange than it may appear, because we just don't like to innovate our own lives. We don't like disruption. We like the idea of disruption, but when somebody disrupts us, we don't like it very much. We like order. I like black coffee in the morning. Maybe you like something else. If something comes and somebody tells you, oh, you need to innovate. No more black coffee in the morning. It may be good, but you don't like it. So it's not always been a positive concept, and so we shouldn't just automatically think that this is a positive thing. Next. So let's go back to the definition in current use. Faith, next, thank you. So remember that we talked about bringing new products to the market and new technologies. So, okay, go? All right, let's look at new products for a second. Next, Faith, please. Right, so this is the press release that Apple issued when, in January 2007, announced the iPhone. I think we could all agree that the iPhone is one of the greatest innovations of the last, whatever, how many years? What is it, 16 years now? It feels like a longer time, right? Not 16. It feels like it's been here for 50. Please note that title. They didn't say Apple invents the iPhone. They went to the original definition of innovation. They say Apple reinvents the phone with iPhone. This, incidentally, is called vertical innovation, when you innovate an existing technology. In other words, you make it better, pretty much in the sense that the original Latin word meant. Next, Faith. So Apple didn't claim that they had invented anything new. In fact, Apple never invented anything new. It's not invented a single new thing. They invented a different way of approaching technology, but that we can leave for the questions if you want. The second one was technologies. Now, this comes from the UN. This is a report from the UN that, quote, innovative solution might result in new technology, but innovation does not equal technology. Technology can be used to implement innovation, but the technology itself does not produce innovation. In other words, what I hope is clear, what I'm trying to get you to understand is innovation doesn't mean something new necessarily. And innovation doesn't mean technology necessarily. And in fact, some of the best innovations take place in business models that have nothing to do with technology or in human interactions or in whatever other way you want to describe that have nothing to do with new products, new services, or new technologies. Next. So what lessons did I learn? I'm going to summarize very quickly now. What lessons did I learn looking at all of this and dealing with studios in Hollywood and other companies and so on? First of all, innovation is a process, not a product. In other words, if you start with a question and you want to get to the answer, and that's the innovation, you're going to be in trouble. Innovation is a process and it takes time. There are several steps along the way. And again, we can talk about what those steps are in the Q&A if you want. Next. So lesson number one, innovation does not require the creation of new products or services. It is often about the stories we tell about ourselves. One of the most famous definitions of culture that has endured over the past 40, 50 years since it was first created is that culture is the stories we tell ourselves about ourselves. So it's always good, the kind of story you want to tell about your company, about your innovation, about the situation. That's one of the most important things when you want to create a culture of innovation. Next. Innovation may include technology, but technology is not innovation, as we've just seen. Innovation is too often understood as optimization of productivity, but ethical consideration should play a role. I need to say something about this. More often than not, and this is certainly the case with AI, the focus is on optimizing things. How can we do this faster? How can we do this better? Very rarely, the ethical question is asked. Ethics in the original Socratic sense. What is good for the world? How can I help achieve that? It's a choice. It's not a given that you have to go towards optimization and productivity. And the battle that is raging right now around the development of AI is very much around these two fundamental poles. Are you going to develop AI in an ethical, driven by ethical considerations, or you're going to develop it driven by productivity and optimization? That's the fundamental debate. And obviously, I don't have an answer to that, but it's an important question. And contextualization is essential for innovation to be a positive development. Again, I'm happy to answer questions about this, but just to give you a sense of what that means, as I said before, there is vertical innovation, there is horizontal innovation. Horizontal innovation is the creation of new markets that don't exist. So one of the things that people say about AI is that it will create new jobs that replace the ones that are being displaced by the technology. The problem with that is that usually horizontal innovation favors large companies in rich countries. And so the risk here is that if that's the path that we're on, we're going to widen the gap between richer countries and poorer countries, and between larger companies and smaller companies. And last figure I checked, for instance, about Africa, but Africa, it's not just Africa. I'm using Africa because we're here today. I think it was 95% of companies are SMEs and produce about 14% overall wealth in Africa. That means that there is only 5% of companies that have 86% of the wealth. If AI does continue on the path that it is and produces fundamentally horizontal innovation, that path is going to widen. That gap is going to widen, not narrow. Okay, Faith, can you? All right, so I'm going to stop here, not because I don't have much to say. Academics always have way too much to say. So consider yourself lucky that I'm stopping here. But I just wanted to see whether there was time for some questions. You might have questions, and if not, that's fine, and I can give over to the next.
Thank you very much. Really interesting. So put your hand up if you do want to ask a question. Don't be shy, because yes, there's a lady here with the red shawl. Please, could we have a microphone to her? Thank you. In the middle.
Thank you so much, Gianluca, for the great presentation. Sara Medina from SPI from Portugal. We are a partner of ENRICH in Africa. So the concept of innovation, so it's quite recent, although it has been already mentioned quite some time ago, as you presented in that newspaper. How do you see this term evolving in the future? Is there a new term that could come up maybe in 5-10 years that could replace the word and the concept of innovation? Thank you.
Yeah. No, I don't know that there will be a new term. I think what is happening is that innovation has been pigeonholed, has been pushed towards technology. So the words new technology and innovation have become almost the same thing, but new technology does not necessarily mean innovation. So it's like, if anything, I would say that going back to the original term might be more interesting. In other words, innovation is not a term that has only one possible way of seeing it. I certainly see artificial intelligence as becoming the focus of virtually every effort to innovate, and that might be a problem because if you focus too much energies on that, you may lose sight of other innovations that are just as important, if not more important. In fact, I have way too much to say about AI, so I better not start. But I hope that answers your question. Yeah.
Yes, there's a question at the front here.
Thank you very much, Gianluca, for your interesting presentation. Perhaps just a bit of a different perspective of innovation. Innovation rarely happens as in an isolated manner or just happening because one organization is pushing it. It's normally, let's say, more than one organization dealing with the process and or engaged in the process. Yeah. Then we are talking about normally an innovation ecosystem. Yeah. Perhaps it would be interesting just to know your opinion. What will be your interpretation of an innovation ecosystem, and what are the advantages of that, and in particular in this international collaboration context, just to bring it down to Europe-Africa collaboration?
Yeah, okay. Thank you for that question. In fact, there are at least another 4 or 5 slides which I didn't show that are pretty much about that. Okay, so there are a couple of things which, if you look across the most successful innovators over the past, I don't know, 50 years, come very strongly. One is, it's funny because now people talk about open innovation as though it is a new concept. It's not. It's actually a concept that's been around for a very long time. The idea of open innovation is that you have to have permeable conversations and communication. So in other words, you don't have to be next to a person who does exactly what you do in order to innovate. Very often, innovation happens across different sectors. The most obvious example is Silicon Valley, where, in fact, you know, the close proximity of companies that now is fundamentally IT and computing, but it wasn't like that at the beginning. They tried to be close to a major university, Stanford, precisely because universities remain a hotbed of innovation, ideas. We're not very good at marketing ideas. We're not bringing it to market. But certainly in terms of new research, that's usually what happens. So first of all is try to be in an environment which favors innovation. And it doesn't matter if it's not your own industry sector. Let's say, for instance, you want to innovate in telephones, right? You're in telecommunications. You don't have to be next to 3 or 4 other telecommunication companies that are successful. You may be next to a media company. You may be next to, I don't know, lighting, innovate. But if the culture of innovation permeates that space, that's very important, thing number one. Thing number two, trust young people. And in this, Africa actually has the advantage, because the average age is 19. There is a lot of evidence, particularly coming from innovators in Asia, that gives a lot more importance to the views of young people. We don't do that very well here. What very often is the older people like me, ancient people, that usually have, you know, power. But ideas need to come from, certainly from younger generation for a lot of different reasons, which again, we don't have time to go into. If your question is more around the path, the process, you need three things. You need a culture of innovation, and that culture of innovation translates exactly in the way in which I described it before. You need to be absolutely clear that you have a story that you're telling about yourself to everybody who works with you. So it's not like, we're going to innovate. We create a room, we call it the innovation lab, and we put everybody in there. That's not how innovation works. So you need to have a story about yourself and where you want to get to and why you want to get there. You need to have then strategy to implement that culture. And that's very important. You need to know exactly how you're going to get there. And everybody needs to know what they're doing, why they're doing what they're doing. And then you need resources. Maybe it's money, not necessarily. And you don't necessarily need a lot of money. For AI, you need a lot of money. Let's be clear. If you want to drive innovation in the sector, at the moment at least, maybe it will change in the future. But for most other innovations, the issue is not how much money you need, it's more the flexibility, the agility with which you can quickly activate little pots of money to generate and help and sustain innovation. So I'm sorry, that's a long answer to your question, but there's so much more. It's a very complicated question.
Thank you. I think we have time just for one quick question, if anyone. Yes?
Hello, good morning. My name is Abdurrahim, and I'm leading an organization called WAZIAB. So we have been working quite last 7 years with Africa. And for us, the way we define innovation, I mean, maybe it will be interesting to hear, is it vertical and horizontal, what you said. The way we define innovation is actually, because many of the product, many of the application on solution exist in developing country. For example, if you wanted to monitor weather station, just simply example, is you can buy it from out of the shelf. You can buy it, but it's very expensive. So an African cannot afford to buy a weather station. So that's where we call as the innovation is actually, it's about the act locally, means like the using the local resources, local context, and develop something fit for the local. Yep. So, and make it cost effective. That we call innovation. And how do you see that? How is the word fitting? Is it horizontal or vertical? How do you see our definition of innovation? It's about, it doesn't matter whether product exists or not. It doesn't matter. You use local resources and make it locally adaptable and cost effective.
Yeah, so I can give you two very quick examples. One of the greatest innovations of the past, I don't know, 70, 80 years is micro-lending. Right, so in other words, the creation of small pots of money that effectively, within villages that would not have access to loans and lending, with money coming from other people from that same village. You put money together, you give it to one of your people who maybe needs to buy new crops or new seeds or whatever. So very much local innovation in that respect is very important. That's very much vertical innovation rather than horizontal. You don't create new markets, but you improve existing ones. The best book that I've ever read possibly about economics is a book called Poor Economics. Poor Economics, that won the husband and wife, as it turns out, the two people who wrote it a Nobel Prize for economics, is asking a very simple question, which goes back to what you were saying about innovation in economics. What do poor people know that we don't? Basically, they started from a very simple, deceptively simple start point, which I love. All economic theory is based on successful, in inverted commas, successful economies. So in other words, you go to the rich countries, you go to the rich companies, the successful companies, and you ask questions, how did you become successful? What happens automatically is you discount poor people as though they don't know enough about economics. They've got nothing to teach you. That there is no innovation that they can pass on to you. But they actually started from exactly that position. Said, well, if you don't have enough money, you need to be innovative in the way in which you use the money that you have, because otherwise you don't get to the end of the day. So they went and talked to a lot of villages where they would be described as poor, not qualitatively, but quantitatively. And they asked, how do you manage your economy and so on? They're the economic theories that came out of that won them a Nobel Prize for economics. That's great innovation that comes very much from looking much more closely to localized innovation, sometimes villages, sometimes specific sectors of the economy or specific nations, regions, or whatever. And it doesn't have to be the big one, classic ones, but the rich ones. And so I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much. Really thought-provoking, and I'm sure we'd love to continue this conversation. And I didn't get a chance to ask all the questions I wanted to ask you, so thank you to the audience for doing that for me. A big round of applause, please, for Gianluca. Thank you. So yes, I mean, absolutely, innovation is part of a process. It doesn't have to be a product. It's possibly a way of thinking. I'm perhaps putting words into Gianluca's mouth there, but yes, thank you very much, really interesting. So we're going to continue the theme of innovation and look at how value chains between Africa and Europe could be strengthened. So we're going to have our second keynote now. Please welcome Vincenzo Lorusso, Policy Officer at the European Commission, DG Research and Innovation, DG RDT, where he's in charge of research and innovation cooperation with Africa and bilaterally with ASEAN countries. Welcome to you. Thank you. I think you need a microphone. Yeah, thank you.
Mic check. Thank you very much, and a very good morning, everybody. Those in here in Brussels and those all over the world connected from Africa, Europe, and elsewhere. Inspired, indeed, presentation. Thank you very much, Professor Sergi. A lot of food for thought. And I'll try and hopefully integrate it also in the messages that I will convey in a second. My name is indeed Vincenzo Lorusso, and I'm indeed extremely pleased to try and speak to you today on the behalf of what we call also the Africa-Europe team, which is this ad hoc innovation agenda working group reporting to the Bureau of the High-Level Policy Dialogue on Science, Technology and Innovation. It is a working group that I have the honor to co-chair for the EU side. And when I was approached by the friends and colleagues from ENRICH in Africa, I thought I could put together a title around the language that you see in here, the AU-EU Innovation Agenda from Adoption to Implementation, how we are trying to strengthen innovation value chains between Africa and Europe. But before I possibly start going into the language of the message that I will try and convey, I thought I would start with an image that was taken, a picture that was taken exactly a year ago. And I see Eduardo smiling here, perhaps because he's portrayed somewhere, and for those of you who recognize him, he signed a consent form like everybody else to be pictured and portrayed. This picture was taken exactly a year ago in Nairobi, Movenpick Hotel, if I may mention that, where we were all witnessing, this audience was participating and really attending and taking active part into the first ever AU-EU Innovation Fair, running title Meet the Innovators. It was a first edition of something where we decided through this to showcase innovators coming from both Africa and Europe who could pitch for 2 minutes only about their innovations, and their pitching was then followed by an exhibition of their solutions, either through posters or banners, or also in some cases for some 3D demonstrations. It was the first edition of something that we built up together and in which ENRICH in Africa had been extremely instrumental in helping us putting together. And I'd like to really start from this point. I say, you know, we're celebrating the first year anniversary of that. So this was followed the day after by the annual Congress of ENRICH in Africa in Nairobi and also online, with the many inspiring case studies and presentations that were provided by innovators and business support organizations. So this also hopefully shows the linkages. This place, Latrico 3, seems to be about linkages indeed, or links that were established already a year ago. But this is not just the time to look back and feel possibly content, happy about it. It's also the time to ask ourselves, and possibly my presentation will address this question, what happened in the meantime? What has happened since November last year? Well, the big news from our side, from the policy angle, is that the AU-EU Innovation Agenda was adopted in July, on the 19th of July 2023. and it is now indeed the policy document that will guide the cooperation in research and innovation between Africa and Europe for the next 10 years. For those of you who are not familiar yet with this AU-EU innovation agenda, if I try and explain this in hopefully one sentence, this agenda is a policy document that aims to foster the translation of research and innovation into, and I'm linking this to the previous presentation, into tangible positive impact on the ground. In more practical terms, into products, services, businesses, and jobs opportunities in both Africa and Europe. This document is built up on 4 objectives that you see summarized in here: make it real, generate impact by design, strengthen people, communities, and institutions, learn, monitor, and scale it up, which are then articulated into short, medium, and long-term actions according to the 4 priority areas of the cooperation in research and innovation between Africa and Europe. And these areas are public health, green transition, innovation and technology, and capacities for science. There's also an additional overarching priority area that is the one that is called cross-cutting issues, because indeed we didn't feel comfortable in segregating it, put it somewhere, ascribing it somewhere specifically, but really to ensure we felt better positioned to ensure this would be overarching the 4 previously mentioned priority areas. Now, this agenda was drafted through a very collaborative and concerted work that has been happening under this AU-EU Innovation Agenda Ad Hoc Working Group, the Africa-Europe team as we call it. And the draft version of this agenda was published early in 2022 and underwent an extensive consultation with R&I stakeholders throughout the year 2022. This consultation culminated last year in Nairobi with this stakeholder event where this AU-EU Innovation Fair took place, the one that I just showed in the previous slide. And all the feedback and input that was shared by stakeholders, projects, incubators, accelerators, companies, public institutions, and so on and so forth. All this feedback and input was then integrated in the final version of the agenda, which was then submitted to senior officials of the AU and EU's attention, and then finally adopted by ministers of research and innovation of both Africa and Europe in July 2023. So that's really the process that took place throughout last year and how we've come up with this final version of the agenda. This is the overview of the objectives that I mentioned briefly a second ago. What I'm showing in this slide as red is the text that represents the outcome of the consultation with stakeholders. So either the additional or the amended text compared to the text that was in the initial version, in the draft version, the working document of this agenda. Please bear in mind that this is nonetheless a summary of the actual text that you will find of these objectives in the document that is available, of course, online. Just briefly, I'm just going to comment on the main line of each of the objectives. Objective number 1, make it real. Translate innovative capacities and achievements into tangible outputs across sectors. Hopefully that is self-explanatory on its own indeed. Objective number 2, generate impact by design. Foster and strengthen innovation ecosystems to enhance socioeconomic impact through exchange of knowledge, technology, competencies, human resources, and experiences. Objective number 3, strengthen people, communities, and institutions. Hopefully also the title is already quite telling, quite self-explanatory. Develop sustainable, long-lasting, and mutual beneficial higher education and research and innovation partnerships between Africa and Europe. And finally, objective number 4, learn, monitor, and scale it up. Scale up instruments that can take forwards existing successful bilateral or multilateral programs and projects between Africa and Europe. In the next 3 slides, I'm going to show a summary, a sort of running title of each of the actions, the short term for the next 3 years, the medium term for the next 6 years, and the long term for the next 10 years actions. Of course, far from my intentions to go through all of them today, again, please consider that you will find the actual text in the much more extensive version online on the final document. But here just to give you a taste, a sense of what these actions are about, and for you to know that what you see in red here in the summary is indeed that text that has been amended, that has been updated, taking into account the feedback and input that we received from stakeholders throughout the stakeholder dialogue year of 2022. So from short term, then we move to medium term and long term. And of course, it's easy to think that for stakeholders involved in the Enriching Africa Network and ecosystems that are participating in this project, that the actions that are the most interesting are those from the innovation and technology, or perhaps those from the cross-cutting issues. But depending on the sectors where you're coming from, in which you're operating, you will soon realize that indeed there's a lot at stake throughout all of these actions. And indeed, I would warmly encourage you to go through all of them on the documents. This agenda was really drafted coming from an extensive analysis of the existing gaps and needs in the ecosystems of innovation in Africa and in Europe. This was performed by this ad hoc innovation agenda working group, but also with the extensive support of independent experts coming from different sectors, public sectors, academia, innovation ecosystems, and so on and so forth. And the gaps and needs we had identified, we found it possible to group them into these 5 chapters in here: innovation ecosystem, innovation management, knowledge exchange, including technology transfer and sharing, access to finance, and human capacity development. Now, in the annex section of gaps and needs, in the final version of the agenda that you will find online, you will see bullet points that articulate, elaborate on each of these specific chapters' titles. Through the consultation, we were also able to identify as an important gap and needs, and also to be known, to be considered as an opportunity, the need for involving the African diaspora in the innovation processes. So we really put this black and white in the final version of the agenda, clarifying that based on the analysis and the interactions and the feedback we received from stakeholders, the involvement of African diaspora to leverage on their experience, their knowledge, creativity, importantly enough, in both Africa and Europe, also African diaspora based elsewhere, by all means, will really be meaningful throughout these 5 gaps and needs. So not just to limit it to a particular area. And for this agenda to happen, it is very clear that we really need to be working across sectoral manner. It's not just about the governments, the international organizations, such as the African Union, the European Union, and the member states, but it's certainly also very much about the private sectors. And by private sector, not only do I mean the startups, the SMEs, the business support organizations, by of course all means, I do mean that too, those two, but we also include in the corporations, and the example that was provided earlier on by Professor Sergi about the big corporation, and one that was mentioned as an example, being crucial in delivering, if not inventions, but reinventions, and therefore innovation processes. We do need to acknowledge that, and therefore to involve them in this process, as well as civil society organizations, of course. This whole stakeholder dialogue process is summarized in 2 main reports that you find available online for those of you who are willing to go through really the outputs and the outcomes coming from these conversations. The public consultation that we had in the first half of last year, and the stakeholder event that took place a year ago in Nairobi, where we had dedicated workshops and extensive discussions on all of the actions and all of the sectors of interventions of this agenda. And as I mentioned, this AU-EU Innovation Agenda stakeholder event that took place last year, I'd like to try and show pictures and images that hopefully will be more meaningful than 1,000 words that I could try and express. Perhaps a little bit too quick. We started with a thematic discussions. We had 8 thematic workshops in Nairobi where we really tackled issues that pertain to the 5 priority areas of interventions of this AU-EU Innovation Agenda. Approximately, we had 2 workshops for each of the priority area. I take the opportunity also to salute the commitment of the ENRICH in Africa project, especially in the participation and in the organization of 2 of these workshops around innovation ecosystems and also investing in innovation in the African continent. We had really detailed discussions in there on the actions and possible ways to implement them, which were taken into account in the final version of the agenda. We then had the AU-EU Innovation Fair on day 2, with the pitching of innovators who were introduced by their respective business support organizations. This being followed by, indeed, a 2-minute presentation, and then by the AU Innovation Fair exhibition space, where innovators were showcasing their solutions, their creative solutions, either to peers or to potential investors. And in some cases, indeed, there are some success stories that now it's up to us to really monitor and follow and make sure we are communicating on to really build on the good and make it better and better. As an Africa-Europe team, we were happy with this first initiative, and we thought we could indeed build on the good that it was seen out there. And being ambitious as a working group, we decided then to do this bigger. And in June this year, we had the very first ever AU-EU Innovation Festival that took place on the 15th of June in Cape Town and also online. As this slide will show you, we had different moments, different components of these events. Of course, high-level institutional openings to begin with, followed by permanent booths of exhibitors, projects, initiatives that were indeed on display to provide networking opportunities and collaboration opportunities to stakeholders involved in them. The second edition of the AU Innovation Fair, where we gave space, this time in 3 minutes, to innovators to pitch across the 4-5 priority areas of the corporation. Much larger group, much larger exhibition space, as you can see on the right-hand side of this picture, of this slide. And also we hosted the finals of the Open Innovation Challenges of ENRICH in Africa. The reason why I'm showing this is indeed to hopefully show you the common thread that has really tied us in this process from policy to implementation around this innovation agenda, and the key role that ENRICH in Africa has played in this. But I'm not here to speak past tense only, but also present and hopefully future as well. We also had Agora sessions on youth-led and women-led innovations, where we really gathered testimonials provided by the innovators that have been involved in this work around the innovation agenda so far, for them to share their views and to share what they've been able to reap out of this so far for their participation in this innovation agenda process. And I'm highlighting the word in process, as mentioned earlier on during Professor Serge's presentation. But now that the agenda is adopted, it means that we shall implement it. And we got 10 years to do so, and we got 3 years of the short-term actions to do so, and demonstrate that we're able to deliver something tangible in light of the objectives. And going back to this very picture, and I was engaging in some conversations earlier on, also last night with Eduardo and colleagues, we're at a stage where we really need to make sure that we are turning from a moment into an actual movement of research and innovator stakeholders that are not only following, but also actively contributing to the implementation of this AU innovation agenda through the many initiatives, the many funding instruments that are made available, but not only those that are coming from the EU and the AU and the member states, but also those that are coming from third parties. And for that, I'll try to explain as much as I can what we have in mind. An opportunity is already out there, and I would like to advertise it here. It's the ENRICH in Africa virtual platform, the virtual community that up to yesterday had 453 members. This is a platform that allows actual matchmaking for innovators to get to know each other, research and innovation stakeholders to get to know each other, to be exposed to investors to do some scouting, some actual scouting, and be exposed to the innovation out there, and really start collaboration through something that is available out there and that is still going to be available out there. So for those of you who are not familiar with this, I very much encourage you to really log in, register there, and really make use of the platform. We believe that this platform will still be instrumental throughout the implementation of the AU Innovation Agenda, and we will do our best to ensure the sustainability of this very platform way beyond the lifespan of the ENRICH in Africa project. And in the next 2 slides, I'll try to mention something that we're trying to promote as a way to engage research and innovation stakeholders and their respective institutions that are already running projects with their own funding, whatever the funding source is, in the area of AU-EU cooperation on research and innovation. Because indeed the purpose here is not to reinvent the wheel, but to create as much as possible alignment and synergies across initiatives that are already up and running and those that will come in the future. Now, if you look online, next to the final document of the agenda, there's also a technical roadmap document that was published upon the adoption. In section 5 of this roadmap document, you will find the so-called toolkit for initiatives that will enable the implementation of this agenda. This toolkit really foresees a checklist of 10 criteria for either projects, programs, partnerships on one hand, or scholarships, either educational or research ones. This means that if you're running a project, a program, a partnership, or if you got your own scholarship up and running, already there, and you think that, looking at the text of the agenda, you think that your initiative is already contributing to the implementation of a specific or even more than one action, please go through the checklist of these 10 criteria, which are already available online. And if that is the case, well, then your initiative can be really eligible for being considered as officially contributing to the implementation of the EU Innovation Agenda. To try and make this process more accessible and hopefully democratize it, we are going to put this dashboard of initiatives available online in the very near future, hopefully before the end of the year. We're working hard to make sure this happens before the end of the year. In this dashboard here, for the short-term actions, apologies if the text is not too large, but what you see in here is the name of initiatives, in this case EU-funded, that are contributing aligned underneath the respective actions for the short-term timeframe of implementation of the EU Innovation Agenda. The timeframe from when to when they'll be running, and the budget that has been allocated to them. This dashboard will be accessible online very soon. It's already available as a screenshot in the roadmap document of the agenda. It will be interactively accessible and more user-friendly very soon as we set up the website for that. We'll communicate on this accordingly. But what I would like you to keep in mind is that this dashboard will be reviewed on a quarterly basis, 4 times a year by the Ad hoc Innovation Agenda Working Group, and therefore more and more initiatives will be included into this dashboard. The goal there is for initiatives to start to get to know each other, communicate with each other, and hopefully synergize with each other, or among each other, because that's not necessarily all the time the case, isn't it? One part of this dashboard is indeed about innovation and technology actions, and as you can see, for the short term, ENRICH in Africa is actually contributing to 2 actions in here. Supporting research and innovation cooperation between AU and EU research organizations and companies, in particular SMEs, from low-tech to high-tech. And action number 2, supporting tech innovation hubs, networks, and operations of accelerators and incubators. Now, the timeline for the project is until, in here, December 2023. We may indeed update the dashboard by saying June 2024, if that is the case. All of this is available online in the AU-EU Innovation Interface. You can find this accessible in case indeed you want to, and hopefully you want to know more about this. And I'm bringing all this towards the end by saying that as part of the implementation, it's also the time to provide training opportunities and also to share the information we built on through the innovation agenda, and also to organize matchmaking events. To do all this in a single event, we designed a virtual workshop that is happening in a week's time. The link to register, I believe, will be put available on the events website, but also on the ENRICH in Africa page, on LinkedIn, and so on and so forth, or also on the commission pages. Registrations are open. Please do register. It's going to be very interactive. There's going to be 3 components: testimonials by innovators, a strong training component on intellectual property rights. This will be the scope of the very first edition of November 28, with eminent speakers coming from different sectors, industry, academia, institutions from Africa and Europe, including ARIPO, OAP, and EIPO. You'll hear about it in a second. And also a virtual cocktail with matchmaking opportunities for innovators and investors as well. And really, the last few slides are about the work that we're doing to really invest in the value chains. AU and EU have been co-funding many projects in different areas across the 4 priority areas for the past decade and so. What we're trying to do now is really mapping on the projects that have been co-funded, those that have been concluded, and try to assess them from both a business and innovation point of view, based on some of the criteria and the definition that were mentioned earlier on by Professor Sergi. We defined some KPIs, some key performance indicators to do that, socioeconomic ones, environmental ones, and purely social ones. And in the case of the Food and Nutrition Security and Sustainable Agriculture Partnership, which is one of the most ancient, the oldest lived partnership between Africa and Europe in research and innovation, we are now at a point where we identified, out of a pool of 250 plus projects, the top performing ones from a business and innovation point of view by identifying these key performance indicators. And we're now at a stage that under this innovation agenda, we want to give them the further thrust. The project have been completed, but they need further support to turn into products and services out there, for example, in Africa. So we are engaging into, through this innovation agenda, into investment support strategies with potential investors coming, not surprisingly, from the private sector, for example, or from development banks, because indeed the products, well, the innovations need to really make it to the next stage of development. And some of these projects, and you see here the top performing one and the ranking of them, if you're interested, happy to discuss about it into details. These are the top 14 projects coming from different parts of Africa in terms of geographical localization. In terms of needs to be fulfilled for them to be scaled up to the next stage of development, you see them summarized in here. Of course, this is coherent with the chapters that I showed you earlier on in the innovation agenda, but this is specific to these projects from the food and nutrition security and sustainable agriculture area. So finance, of course, funding, business assistance, because we are moving sometimes from universities to the marketplace, and researchers and innovators may not necessarily be business people all the time. Intellectual property advice and management, and this is also why we're starting with next week's workshop on intellectual property rights, technology transfer, institutional support, regulatory support as example. So to conclude, the agenda will address these issues to make sure this will happen, and this will need to happen beyond the big events from Nairobi to Cape Town. It has to happen across sectors, in different areas, and in a collaborative fashion between Africa and Europe through the Africa-Europe team fashion. We need to also make sure we identify and communicate on the success stories that are there to make sure that we multiply this and we replicate this. But to do this, we cannot just do it from the policy side, from the institutions. And innovators need to be engaging there, not just to attend the events and pitch on their solutions and use the platform indeed to set up collaborations with investors. That is a part of it. But the initiatives that are already there need to be recognized as contributing to what we are doing as a broader Africa-Europe continent systems. And indeed, every time we are engaging in conversations such as today, we need to make sure that that movement of research and innovation stakeholders is growing each time more. Indeed, it cannot be a one-shot thing. It needs to be a continuous growing opportunity in all senses, so that innovators can really be involved, contribute to the implementation of this agenda, and can, of course, grow through their participation in this. And I promise I'm done. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Vincenzo. Lots to take on there. I think as we're running out of time, we'll take questions. If anyone wants to ask Vincenzo a question, ask him in the coffee break or later on today. Thank you so much. Okay, so we're going to have our next presentation next on why businesses should consider African markets and how to handle that important and thorny issue of intellectual property. So I'm pleased to welcome on the stage Andrea Eore, Project Manager for the Africa IP SME Help Desk at the European Union Intellectual Property Office. Welcome, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Hello.
Yeah.
So let me put the clock on to make sure I respect the time. Thank you very much for inviting me, first of all, to this event. I'm very happy that I can represent today the EUIPO, the European agency based in Spain that is entrusted by the EU to register trademarks and designs, but not only, because as mentioned, I work for the International Cooperation Service, and I am the project manager of the Africa IP SME Help Desk. And today, I would like to discuss with you the importance of IP in Africa, and especially how we can use the potential of the opportunities for SMEs and startups. So the presentation, as you can see, is divided into 4 main sections. The first one will be just a little bit of data and information on the relations between SMEs and IPs. I will also mention some data on the Global Innovation Index report published by the World Intellectual Property Organization. And then I will describe the services that the project I manage put at disposal of SMEs in terms of opportunity for learning and information they can get from us. And then I will quickly go through the IP landscape in Africa, of course, very shortly, because it's impossible to mention all this in such a short time. And I will conclude the presentation with some recommendations and maybe tips that can be useful by companies to structure an internationalization strategy that takes into account intellectual property. So let's start with this, first of all. I want to put things into context. We're going to talk about intellectual property. I am not going to tell you everything, of course, but at least if you think about IP, you have to think about these rights. So we're talking about trademarks, we're talking about patents, innovation, of course. We mention this all the time, and it's extremely important. And then trade secret. If you want to protect your business, you have to make sure that you think about it and so on. But this to say what? It's important that when you protect your rights, you can guarantee through the registration also the exclusivity of use, and of course they will help you to attract new investments and to reduce risks when outsourcing, as well as give to companies a competitive advantage on the market and definitely consolidate your business. So it's important to make sure that you consider IPRs when you go abroad. And as Professor Sergi said, you have to make sure you have a strategy, and IP should be part of it if you want to make it successful. And now a couple of data. These are taken from the website of my organization, the EiA, and they show the relations between SMEs and IPs. In particular, what are the benefits that SMEs can get when they register their IP rights. So you can see here, for example, that 93% of SMEs experience positive impact by registering their IP rights, and that SMEs that own IP rights have a 68% higher revenue per employee than those who do not. And also in terms of financial gains, and during this study that's been published by the EIPO, 36% of SMEs experience a financial gain through their registered IP rights. So this is mainly about Europe, but of course can also be applied to the African context, saying that over 90%, as was already mentioned, of companies in Africa are small and medium. So this is definitely something that you should think about if you want to make the most out of your business. And now move on with this other part of the presentation, where I would like to show you the so-called Global Innovation Index. This is a report that is issued on an annual basis by our colleagues in Geneva, working on the World Intellectual Property Organization. And basically it's a report that shows the most innovative economies in the world. On 132 economies are analyzed, and it's interesting because it helps to monitor performance and developments against economies, not only from the first to the last, but also within the same region and income group. And this is interesting to see because I was analyzing data regarding Africa. And this is what I found. Of course, the first country that we see on the list is South Africa. But then if we look at the top 3 innovative economies in sub-Saharan Africa, we see there that on top of South Africa, we also have Botswana and Senegal. Senegal is in italic because it's a new entry. I think last year Kenya was there. And these 3 countries, actually, this doesn't take into account the small islands economies, because if we have to think about also smaller islands, in these first 5 countries, we also see Mauritius and Cape Verde. Then, if we look at the innovative economies by income group, we see that the top 3 is made of Rwanda, Madagascar, and Togo, where Togo is again a new entry. I think Ethiopia was there last year. And another way of categorizing those economies is also the performance that can be, of course, below, corresponding or above the expectations of by level of development, of course. And here we see many other countries, some of them in the north, but also others like Rwanda, Madagascar, and Burundi. So this is to say what? This is to say that, of course, Africa has a lot of potential, and there is a vibrant environment that should be used, definitely, and that startups and SMEs can, of course, make the most out of it. And we want to know now what are the resources that the European Union puts at disposal of small and medium companies to make sure they can protect their innovation and their intellectual property in general. So the network of international IP SME help desks is a series of projects that are funded by the European Union, as you can see all around the globe. You can see all the regions, and Africa is also there. Our main role is to support SMEs, mainly from Europe, going abroad and protecting their intellectual property rights. And in my case, this is the only project that is implemented by the EU IPO, and it's also implemented within the framework of bigger program called AFRIP, Intellectual Property Rights and Innovation in Africa, that covers all aspects of intellectual property rights. But in my case, the Africa IP SME Help Desk is basically offering 3 services that are totally free of charge for companies that would like to use them. And on the slide, you can see the 3 of them. So we offer a helpline support to companies that would like to contact us and have information on IP and Africa. We also publish materials on our website for downloadable for free, of course, and we organize events and training courses, again, free of charge. And let's see now in detail what these services are. So we start with the helpline. This is our core business, because we would like to make sure that companies are able to reach out, to contact us. We offer a free of charge first line IP support that is totally confidential and, of course, to the point. Companies can reach us by email, phone, and web, and we will make sure that we provide the information they need on intellectual property and Africa within 3 working days. And we cover different aspects, of course, from the scope of protection, as well as the protection routes to register their IP rights and the good practices that they should follow or should not in case of don'ts. The second service that we offer is about online resources. We have a website where we publish many materials that, as mentioned, are available for free, and they are divided into different categories. We have country and sector fact sheets that are available on the website, as well as IP guides that can be a little bit more specific, as well as case studies of real companies that experience certain situations in IP and how they overcome possible challenging situations, and as well as an IP glossary with information on IP and Africa. This is just an example of what we offer. For example, we have on the right part of the screen, it's a case study on Kenya, and on Kenya as well there is an IP guide specific on that. So you have to consider that it's something that is useful, learn for free, and I'd really invite you to have a look and to come back to me if you would like to have more information. And then regarding the training and events part, this is something that is extremely important for us, because we want to make sure that companies are aware of what we do, and that we can provide the service in the best way possible. So we organize online events, training on site as well, by meeting companies as well at matchmaking events and trade fairs. And if needed, we can also organize tailored training for who is interested in knowing more on one specific country or region. And all this is done for free. And you can just have to reach out to us or watch and look on our website for more information about the upcoming opportunities. And now, I would like to move a little bit more into detail of the landscape of IP in Africa. I promise I will not be too detailed because it's impossible, of course, in such a short amount of time. But I would like to give you a couple of tips on the principles that should be considered when you want to register your intellectual property rights in Africa. First of all, the first principle you have to take into consideration is that when you register an IP right, it is valid on a territorial basis. So, territoriality means that if you register your mark or patent in a country, that is valid only there, unless you want to follow other ways of registration that is like the regional or international route. And I would like to show you what this actually means. This is, again, our colleague at the World Intellectual Property Organization. This organization is based in Geneva, and they are administering a series of international treaties on intellectual properties that are quite useful when you think about registering your intellectual property rights abroad, not only in Africa. But many countries in Africa and Europe are part of these treaties. So, for example, if you want to go to Namibia, let's say, you can, in theory, from Europe, apply through WIPO, file your application, and then the country in Africa can automatically receive this application that will be afterwards be examined on a national basis, on the basis of the national laws. This is something to be considered because it's a way to simplify filings and registrations. It's not always the best option, of course. This has to be considered with with IP lawyers or advisors that can assess you on the best way. But it's an important principle to consider. So these two maps are just to show you the geographical extension and potential of the treaties administered by WIPO. For example, we have on the left side of the screen the so-called Madrid system, that is the one regulating the trademarks international registration. As you can see, it's quite extended in many African countries. And on the right side of the screen, you have the countries that signed or ratified the Patent Cooperation Treaty. So that is even more extended than trademarks. So you can see in this way that there is quite a lot of participation in these treaties, and it could be a valuable way to register easily and fast your IP rights when you go to Africa. But of course, I've mentioned before, this is not the only way possible. The international way is one option on top of the national one. There are also regional systems at African level that deal with intellectual property. What is a regional system? A regional system is like the one we have at European Union level. The organization where we work for, the EIPO, is in charge of registering trademarks and designs at European Union level. And in Africa, we have something similar. We have two organizations. One is French-speaking, and one is, the official language is English. The OAPI, the Organisation Africaine pour la Propriété Intellectuelle, and the African Regional Intellectual Property Organization, the ARIPO. You can see clearly that are indicated in the map. And I want to describe very quickly what they do and why this could be useful when you go to Africa. So the OAPI is, as said, a French-speaking organization that was born in the 70s. It's actually older than the UIPO, and it works more or less in the same way we work in the European Union. So if you go there and want to register your patent or trademark, for example, you file the application, and then you can benefit of central IP registration systems. It means that if you file an application, then it is automatically valid in all the countries that are part of this organization. It gives you basically the monopoly on the use of your rights within this country. So it's something that could be useful in certain cases, depending, of course, on your internationalization and IP strategies. And if we quickly mention the other organization, the so-called ARIPO, well, in this case, the functioning is different because while the OAPI is a central system, ARIPO works in a different way. It's more of a complementary system that works similarly to what I mentioned before, our colleagues in Switzerland, WIPO. So while OAPI is composed of 17 countries, here we have 22 countries, mainly English-speaking, but not only. And it works in this way. If you want, for example, register your IP rights in, let's say, Kenya, you can either go to the National Office of Kenya and apply there for your registration, or you can choose to file it at ARIPO, the regional office, and possibly you can designate not only Kenya, but also other countries that are part of the protocol on trademarks or patents, depending on what is your intention. So you can do the same as you do for WIPO. So by selecting one or more country, you can file the application and then get your rights registered quickly. So what is good or bad of going for two national or regional or international registration? That depends, really depends on your business or what you want to do in your future, or what is your strategy. But you have to consider that in certain cases there is not really a lot of choice. For example, if I show you the next slide, these are countries that are not part of the regional organizations. And in these cases, for example, you can go either with the national way, so you go to the local IP office and register there your rights, like in the case of northern countries in the north of Africa. But other cases, like Nigeria, for example, Nigeria is not part of the system of the Madrid system on trademarks, and not even of the ARIPO. So you really have to go to the national office of Nigeria if you want to register your trademark there. So this is something that has to be considered on a case-by-case basis. And also South Africa, for example, is not part of ARIPO. So again, there you should carefully consider what is the best option for registering and protecting your intangible assets. And now that I have concluded this short introduction on IP registration routes in Africa, I would like to dedicate the next 5-10 minutes of the presentation to discuss with you some possible options for organize your IP strategy if you would like to go to Africa. And we have selected some tips that we discussed with the lawyers that we cooperate with in our project, that are based on common issues encountered by companies that are operating in the area, and that should be taken into account when building up your internationalization strategy. So first of all, I would like to focus on this aspect. When you have your business and you decide that it's time, for example, to protect your trademark because you want to make sure that your brand is protected, and you want to go abroad, you have to consider that if a similar trademark is already existing in that country or not. Because imagine that you start your business there, that you become popular, you sell a lot of products, and your enterprise is growing very fast. So you decide that you have to register your mark to protect and avoid that someone else steals your brand name. You can do that, and you want to go to the office, to the IP office, and you file your application for registering your IP rights. But you have to consider first if in that country there is already a similar trademark existing and possibly selling similar products, because you can encounter like a disappointing decision of the IP registration authority saying that you cannot register and protect your trademark because someone else is already selling same product under a similar name. So in order to do so, we always recommend to search in advance, not only for Africa. This is a tip for everyone who would like to register a trademark, to search if in the country you operate or you will operate, there is already a trademark similar to the one that you have, this brand similar to yours in terms of names, for example, logo, that is selling the same products or services. How do you do that? There are a lot of search tools available. One of them is also built by my organization, the EIPO, that gathers over 100 million trademarks around the world. We cooperate a lot with offices around the world, and we signed agreement with them to have access to their databases. So by searching trademarks on that tool, you will be able to see if in any specific country in Africa that signed an agreement with the UIPO, this trademark is similar trademarks to yours are available already on the market and registered. So please consider that as an important tip to be taken into account. This is another aspect that should be considered, meaning the fact that when you decide to go abroad and to register your IP rights, we already mentioned it during my presentation, there are different routes, national, regional, international, but this doesn't mean that one is better than others. This really has to be assessed on a case-by-case basis. In theory, you may think that maybe the international registration is better because it gives you access to more countries, but then this is not always the best solution. And this map shows you, for example, in red, those countries where international trademark registration are more effective than others. So there are not as many as shown before. So maybe in other countries than those marked in red, it would be better to choose like a national filing system or a regional way for registering your IP rights. So always remember to consider that, possibly with an IP expert. And then also another concept that is very important when you think about IP is also referring to the so-called first to file, first to use system, meaning that we are used in Europe to consider a trademark protected when you file your application. Usually you consider that date as the date when you have your rights. You can claim your rights if the trademark is registered afterwards. But not all countries around the world follow the same principles. Here in the map, you can see the majority of them, they think as we do, but in other cases, it's not the same. For example, in South Africa, also non-registered trademarks can be claimed, and you can claim rights on those. So this also has to be considered and carefully assessed when you build your own strategy for IP. And then, also this is an important tip that should be considered, is to run an IP audit and due diligence. That means that before you, or even if you already moved abroad and you already have your company there, you have to think of what IP asset you have. Everybody has an IP asset, because these are intangible assets that every company has. The name, a logo. If you're doing good on the market, your name is famous, this is an asset. Then you have to consider, how can I protect it? Maybe you think that it's not already the time to do so because, okay, you have other priorities, but at least you should consider this in your to-do list and put this in your to-do list to be assessed. And if what I want to protect, in which countries, what are the enforcement legislation in that country? I mean, what happens if I'm selling something and I'm in a country where enforcement doesn't work as well as in Europe or in the country where you are from? So these are things that have to be considered, and we recommend that you build up your strategy taking into account also an IP audit or an due diligence. Also, already changed, so pay attention when you are licensing or when you are sharing your secrets. This is a general tip, because if you have a successful business based on some secrets that you don't want to share outside your organization, please make sure that you sign an appropriate agreement with your partners and that you can trust actually the partners you are working with.
And for sure, by signing an agreement or a so-called non-disclosure agreement, you can make sure that your secrets are kept and that you don't jeopardize your business when you go abroad. And as a final tip, I mentioned it several times, please make sure that you talk to a lawyer. First of all, we can be the first point of contact at the EIP SME Help Desk. With this presentation, I wanted to show you what are the challenges and the benefits that you can get by registering an IP rights. So feel free to contact us because we can assess what your needs could be, what you should consider when you go to a country rather to another. But after that, you really have to get in touch with someone who is expert in the field, because we saw that the legal framework in Africa, it's rather extended and complicated sometimes. So it's always useful to make sure you can talk to someone who can advise you properly. And talking about our upcoming opportunities for training, we also offer a lot of materials, and these are the 2 upcoming webinars that are taking place at the end of November. One is next week. It will tackle counterfeiting and e-commerce issues in Nigeria and South Africa. And on the 13th of December, we will talk about custom recorders in West Africa. So these are even more specific, tailored to the companies and to what they, if they are interested in a specific area or not. But of course, we can also organize future events and be more specific based on your needs. This is just my contacts. We have the website, the telephone, the email. Of course, you can contact us anytime, and as mentioned, we will answer within maximum 3 working days with the information you need. And we will be happy to be in touch also on our social networks. So thank you very much for your attention, and if there is any question, I'm happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Is there one question? I think we can probably just take one right now. It's quite daunting, isn't it? I mean, hugely complicated. So there's probably everyone trying to take in what you've said. If you have any questions, and yes, there is a question here in the middle. It's this gentleman here. Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Thanks. Just one question. It's not maybe. Yeah, so there are a lot of discussion also from European Commission side also going on for open science and open innovation. So maybe it's not directly to your presentation, but can you elaborate a bit how to protect the IP on open science, open innovation, and how is your comment on that?
Well, at the EUIPO, we basically work with registered IP rights. So that means that we tend to protect those rights in order to secure, let's say, that companies can have an exclusive rights. But as you say, it's a hot issue and outstanding discussions on this. And there are countries actually in Africa that they do not follow the same logic as we do. So I mean, in other countries, as I mentioned during my presentation, there are also the possibility to claim your rights on an IP right, even if it's not registered. So this is, yeah, indeed a hot issue, and then should be further assessed by the legislator.
Thank you. So I think the advice here is contact you lot at EUIPO and then get a lawyer.
Yes.
All right.
I mean, what we provide is the first point of contact assistance. We cannot provide like legal information, but at least we can assess you the situation of your company and provide you with more detail, and then we can tell you for sure you need a lawyer or you need more information, and then you can contact someone who is really expert on that. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Andrea. We're going to have a coffee break now, and I'm going to ask you to come back here by 12:05. And for those of you watching online, thank you very much, and we will have our first panel discussion of the day afterwards. Enjoy your coffee. thank you very much for coming back so promptly, and hello again to those watching online. Now, we've got a real treat in store for you now, because we're going to hear the insights of two pioneers who've enabled loads of innovation and scores of new businesses to start up. Now, we have Ninon Duval-Faré, director of Bondinov, and she's set up 86 startups. Well, when I say set up, she's financed 86 startups since 2016, and in particular initiated the Africanov Incubator Network. That's a network of 140 incubators and is involved in many innovation networks with Africa, such as the EIA Center. And we are also going to have Filip Kirakov, who brings 2 decades of direct operational and venture financing experience, spanning a diverse range of industries across 3 continents. And among his many successes, he's helped bring world-class accelerators to Africa. And he's the CEO and co-founder of Startup Bootcamp Africa. And he has accelerated and or invested in more than 50 African startups since 2013. So welcome to you both. Please do come up. And the two of them are going to have what I suppose conferences call fireside chats. They're going to talk to each other about what they do. And really, hello to you both. They're going to talk to each other about why Africa. So I'm going to ask you that very broad question, Philip, and over to you now. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thanks so much. Sure. So, thanks. We got the token applause. Africa. I mean, look, we're all familiar with a lot of the demographics studies, but just to highlight, probably to me, the biggest ones are that. By the end of this century, so basically in our children's lifetime, more than 1/3 of all of the people on the planet are going to be living in Africa. And if you just let that sink in for a moment, when you look at the 20 largest cities in the world, currently there's 2 that are in Africa, but also in the next, say, 60 or 70 years, you're say 13 out of the top 20 are going to be African cities. And these are cities that most of us, even on a map today, if I were to ask you to find them, would struggle. So, it's coming from this place of, large amount of mystery and uncertainty and chaos, really, to become the most important economic driver, the most important cultural driver, the most important financial and influential population growth story in the world, and that's all coming from a very low base of current. So when we in the startup world look for kind of that exponential growth, there's no place in the world where there's more of that than in Africa. So that's the kind of short version of why we want to be here. So over to Nino.
Okay. Well, why Africa? Well, my answer is very different from yours. Why Africa? Bondinov. Bondy is the name of a town in the suburb of Paris, in France. And we developed an incubator in Bondy. And a lot of the people who came, innovators in this incubator, were coming from the African diaspora. Because Bondy is a town where you have a lot of nationalities, mixities. African diaspora, half of the African diaspora who are settled in Europe are in France. And I would say a lot of them are close to Paris. And so we had a lot of proposal from innovators with Africa, connected with Africa, solving problems that they have seen, discovered because of their culture, family, background, and sometimes in a very new way of thinking. We were talking about innovation this morning, saying, well, it's renew, product and things like that, but you have to open your eyes and find new opportunities, new market, new things like that. And diaspora have some proposals that are very impressive, original, and there were no incubators in France for this kind of projects between both continents. So that was our particularity. It was not a choice at the beginning, but it became a particularity in France. We were very soon well known for that, for being able to help entrepreneurs from diaspora or French entrepreneurs who wanted to develop something between Europe, France, and Africa. So this is the first reason why Africa. The second reason is also that for a French innovator or entrepreneur wanting to develop something in France, he has a market of 70 million people. If he think about Europe, with the French-speaking market in Europe, then he would be able to have a market of 120 million of people. Well, if he is thinking to work also with African French-speaking countries, then he will have a huge market. And as you say, it's also the market of the futures. In Africa, everything is needed. You have many opportunities. And yeah, once again, in terms of market, it's very interesting to think big and to, I think, cultural language and cultural proximity is important for businesses. So this is all the reason why Africa.
And I think one of the interesting points that you brought out was that you didn't set out with a specific target market, that it actually came to you. That they were like, you discovered that there was all these innovators, well, really just people that don't even necessarily think of themselves as entrepreneurs. They're just trying to solve problems. They're solving problems out of necessity. And I think that's one of the big differences when we're in Africa and emerging economies around the world, but that a lot of entrepreneurs are almost accidental entrepreneurs, right? They don't set it, entrepreneurship isn't something that people aspire to as a future career, right? People don't generally say, hey, I want to be a founder of a startup. I mean, that is a small subset, but a much, much larger part of the innovation ecosystem here is just born out of necessity. People are, innovation is not a luxury here. It's a fundamental solution to the challenges that are all around us in Africa, and it's facing them every single day. So, you know, one of the interesting kind of highlights to this is that the way that mobile money came about was when the cell phones were first broadly available in Africa. It was a real challenge because each person had to have, in order to use your cell phone, mobile phones today, but in order to use these devices, you had to have three things. You had to have electricity to charge your device, you had to have access to a cell tower to get signal, and you had to have airtime, which at that time, you may remember those little scratch-off cards, and you had to have that 16-digit code to put airtime on your phone. And finding those three things at the same time was pretty hard. And so people would, in the beginning, if someone said, well, my mom is out in a rural area of Africa, in a rural village, and she doesn't have, the store that's out there doesn't have those scratch-off cards because the logistics chain of getting them out there is tough. But I've got this 16-digit code that I've got from my store. I can send her that as a text message. She can type in that 16-digit code, and voila, she now has airtime on her phone. So that was the first use of digital value, stored value, which today we call mobile money. Today would be a fintech. But at the time, they were just solving real problems. And then that just scaled because it was a very practical way to achieve communication. And I think that that's a big part of why we're so excited, and I'm personally so excited and inspired by being around entrepreneurs, is when you see the way that they solve problems. Sometimes it's mind-blowing, and sometimes it's almost insulting how simple that solution is. And to see it work at such scale, it's like, but anybody could have thought of this, right? But we don't, because we're blinded. We have certain perspectives. So yeah, so maybe we've spent a lot of time in Senegal together. What are some of your favorite kind of solutions or startups or from Africa or even from Senegal?
Well, I was listening to you, and I was thinking of a project which is not in Senegal, was not born in Senegal, but in Cameroon. Linked to Cameroon. But one of this innovator came to Bondinov and explained his solution of fintech for African young person who wanted to study in France or in Europe. So he explained the problem, and he explained the solution. And I must admit that I understood nothing. What was the problem and what was the solution? And all the African diaspora who was with me in the team, hopefully they said, wow, that's incredible, that's clever, that's fantastic. And okay, I must admit that I don't see everything once again. I have to be open-minded, and I must admit that I don't see everything. And this startup, Studely, he's now settled in, I think, 9 countries in Africa. One of our colleagues is in India, and he saw Studely developing in India. And it's one of the big companies that we had. And yeah, well, he solved a solution for those who wanted to study in Europe and had to go through these incredible difficulties with French administrations and financial constraints to go there. And so, yeah, that was clever. That means that, yeah, you can find innovation when you saw a problem and you imagine how to solve it to help people to have for your clients. Then it's the beginning. It can be the beginning of a huge adventure, even if it's a small market, even if it's a strange market. Well, he has pointed a need, crucial need, and found this solution. So, yeah, and also he encouraged us to invest in a company in which that he helped to develop in Senegal to solve the problem of the streets. You know, the name of the streets are not very well organized. So when you want to address a postal
letter, parcel,
letter, or something, sometimes it's difficult. So he's reinventing a new way to organize the addresses in Dakar. So let's see how it will develop.
Well, we would love to connect him to Yabante, which is one of our favorite startups from Senegal. But also, I think I wanted to pick up on one point, because you were talking about getting out of your comfort zone and seeing the kind of the world the way that the Africans see it. And one of my favorite stories about you was when I first came, or when we first met up in Dakar. So by the way, just personal connection. Like the first time I ever met you guys, met Nino was in Paris, and I had arrived, and she's like, "Oh no, come meet me." The first time we were ever meeting up. And she's like, there's an art gallery opening, come to this gallery opening. So it's like, that's the kind of, first meeting. And we had a lovely chat, and afterwards, coffees on the Champs-Élysées. It was like this iconic Paris moment. So the very next time that I meet her was in Dakar. And I arrive in Dakar, and we're there, and I was like, okay, where are we gonna meet, blah, 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 and we choose this place. And had coffee, and afterwards we come out, and she's getting onto this scooter, this little knockoff, Vespa type scooter, not a Vespa at all, but but she's dashing around the streets in Dakar, weaving in and out of traffic. And I'm like, who is this person, right? And it's like, from the one end of the extreme, is, this, oh yeah, just random Tuesday night art galleries in Paris to, I'm just gonna navigate and drive through. But, that's really how you have to see things in Africa, right? It's like, you cannot be, oh, we're riding in the cars and blah, blah, blah. Like, you've gotta be on the street. You've gotta be like among the people, right?
That was not the best idea I had to do motorcycle in Dakar. And I'm wondering if because you asked me where I found my motorcycle. So did you borrow a motorcycle as well?
So I was very keen to do it, but then I heard your stories, and my wife unfortunately intervened, and she that was where she drew the line. But so now mostly I walk, but I also find that when I'm in the taxis in Dakar, which are very different than the Ubers in this experience here. But that's like, you really chat with the taxi drivers, you chat with the drivers, and like you learn so much about the problems that they have, and we do so much of our customer discovery just by experiencing. And you go to the restaurants and you try to understand what's hard about your life, like what are you struggling with, and that's a lot of the ways that when startups pitch us on their ideas, our on the ground, like the ground game, all this time we spend in the trenches is how we really have a sense of, is this idea viable? Is this going to work here or not?
Sorry.
No. So I didn't get the motorcycle, is the short version of the answer, right?
Well, sorry, I just wanted also to thank the ENRICH in Africa consortium that help us to meet and to exchange. And this morning we talked about Kenya and Nairobi and Le Cap, and it was a very great adventure. We met a lot of people, we discovered a lot of entrepreneurs. A lot of these entrepreneurs coming from all around Africa wanted to discover and conquer Europe. And so this program was really, I think, really rich. We met, I think we met a group very interesting to continue the adventure, and you are one of the four amongst the group to have decided to continue the adventure through the center. And all that is all about meeting, discovering, exchanging with taxis, on motorcycle, with entrepreneurs. And this is innovation, and entrepreneurship is first based on human exchanges, and it's human adventures. So yes, I would like to thank again ENRICH in Africa for all these opportunities, for the opportunity to meet all these incredible entrepreneurs that had the occasion to pitch in Nairobi in 2 minutes, as Vincenzo said, 2 minutes, yes. And the big moment we had in Paris also for the soft landing expedition, in Dakar with the learning expedition. That was great. And thank you to continue. And I hope, yes, ENRICH in Africa Center now, maybe you can also say a word on that.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, you're right, in the last 3 years, there's been an awesome array of different programs. Our demo day, was part of that. Last year, we were so honored to have the ENRICH in Africa program happening in Dakar, along with the Africa Arena event and our demo day, and that was amazing. But yes, you brought up this continuation, and one of the key things about success in Africa is never a short-term process. Like 1-year programs, 2-year programs, even 3-year programs, like that. You have to think in terms of decades, right? It is such a massive opportunity, but it's also, there's a heavy lift. There's a lot of different organizations that are doing things, but many of them, unfortunately, have a kind of a short time horizons, and you only really see success when that's long-term commitments. We saw the Vincenzo gave the presentation earlier about a 10-year horizon, which is really quite revolutionary, but that's really just getting started. So yeah, we're privileged to have this ENRICH in Africa consortium, which was a 3-year project. And we did, through the 12 different partners, gosh, I can't even count the number of different kind of initiatives and tasks and projects and experiments that were run. But all of those in true startup fashion were to validate what was going to be successful and which ones should be continued. And we now have the opportunity to form this ongoing company that takes the best of those initiatives and says, great, now can we make a viable business out of them? One of the key things when dealing with any startup is people always know the question, like, is there a gap in the market? But the more important question is, is there a market in the gap? That thing that you've discovered, that small success you had, that soft landing program you had, that mentorship program, that exchange, that twinning, whatever it was, is there a viable business that can be built out of that? And that's where you know that you're solving a big long-term problem. And so with the ENRICH in Africa Center, we now have a company that can really endeavor to wrap a business model around all of those value propositions, right? Which is a fancy way of saying, if we're really adding value to the ecosystem, then someone should be willing to pay for it, right? If they're not willing to pay for it, then you're not adding value. And it's just a matter of using our kind of startup expertise to find those opportunities. So we're super excited to be at the really the first step of that transition and that new journey. But we expect to see, over the next several years, a lot more bigger success stories coming out of it, building upon the back of the amazing work that was done over the last 3 years. So I think that might be our cue.
This is your cue. Anyone in the audience, do we have a microphone to hand? I just wanted to ask a question. Anyone got a question for yes?
Hello, guys. Hi. So I've got a question that's kind of tying a few of the different things we've talked about this morning together, and I wanted your opinion. So this morning, Gianluca was talking about the youth in Africa and how big this is, what the percentages of young people. You're talking about the growth of Africa and actually the population and how big this is. And if we're talking now about innovation and coming to the whole AI question, which is obviously this big thing that is rocking the whole world at the moment, and what we're seeing is you've got America, where all the big AI companies are, and all the developments are happening here, and then you've got China, and all of the stuff that they're doing there. But we're talking about Africa as being a really important region, not only for young people with all the ideas and the potential, but also the population. But I'm kind of going, where does Africa fit in this? If we're talking about frugal innovation and just creating innovation to be able to do this, there's a sense for me that we might miss the opportunity for Africa to have a really strong stake and voice in this whole AI story. So what can we do? So I don't know, maybe it's even a question to the room. What can we do to make sure that Africa doesn't get left behind, that even maybe Europe doesn't get left behind when we're talking about such big players coming from somewhere else, but so much potential in Africa? So I just wanted your perspective in terms of what are you seeing? What are you noticing? What companies are you seeing coming out? And what could we maybe do as a community of innovation people to help support this story?
Sure. So I think it's very important, like when we read about AI, so much of the conversation today is ChatGPT, and you watch this OpenAI and these companies, and there's the deep tech, but we should also remember InstaDeep, which is one of the leading innovators around AI. It was founded in Tunisia, and most people don't associate Tunisia as one of the kind of Silicon Valley or the gravity well of AI. But you're right in the sense that the deep tech, right, the core of the AI research, that is happening in China, that's happening in Silicon Valley, and that is incredibly expensive. I mean, it's immensely You know, those researchers are getting paid oodles of money, and that's not going to move to Africa in our lifetimes. But the success of AI is not the underlying tech itself, it's the application layer built on top of it. So if you think about the World Wide Web, right? It was, you know, created, the web browser and even the original DARPANET and the pipes themselves were invented in the US. But the utilization of it and this innovation around it is all coming from the rest of the world. And so in Africa, you have this opportunity to leapfrog past. There's these legacy concepts where in the US, fintech lags way behind the rest of the world, and well, even, I mean, in Europe as well, because the existing banking solutions work pretty well. Most people don't need a fintech wallet, right? It's a nice to have, it's not a need to have. Whereas in Africa, it's solving a core problem that replaces cash. So AI is the same way. The other really important part about it is that there's been a big emphasis over the last several years about digital training. Like, hey, let's build these coding academies. We teach Africans how to code because coding is going to be the key to leveling up and to breaking out. The beautiful thing about AI is that you can now create anything you want without needing any coding skills at all. So there's this whole new terminology, probably have started to hear, like prompt engineers, right? Well, so just say it for those of you that haven't heard, like a prompt, if you go to, it's almost like entering a search query in a Google search, right? But you enter a prompt at ChatGPT and it gives you a response, right? But if you know how to frame the prompts correctly, then you can actually create anything. You can have ChatGPT build an entire website for you. You can have it build databases for you, knowing zero about coding, but if you just know this prompt engineering. Now that is a skill that can be taught in a matter of, you know, a couple days or weeks. So you can actually bring down the requirements in terms of anybody with an idea that now has just a very limited amount of prompt engineering, you know, exposure, can now jump past people that have spent years or decades, you know, learning coding skills. And that's where we feel like the big emphasis is going to be, is really introducing the youth, introducing the digital kind of future to the individuals with simply a mobile phone, limited web connection, and some prompt engineering, and they can have unlimited creative capabilities.
Thank you very much. I absolutely love your optimism, and yeah, I think it's absolutely right. I mean, you know, Africa has embraced mobile technology, fintech, and these are questions that might have been asked 20 years ago. Well, you know, they haven't invented the mobile phone or whatever, African countries. So absolutely, with that technology's there, why not use it to your advantage later on? Thank you so much.
Maybe one more. Time or no?
I think probably not. I think I'm going to have to be very strict now as the moderator. That's my job.
Sorry for my long-winded answer, but I'd be happy to chat with you at the break.
Maybe later. Thank you so much. So Philippe and Ninon, thank you very much for your insights. Round of applause to both of them. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so we are going to have our first panel discussion of this session, and we're going to have the insights of the ENRICH in Africa champions. And if you've ever wondered how to become a champion and what it takes to succeed, this is your opportunity to find out. So I'm going to welcome back onto the stage Zandile and Tuli. Thank you so much from the EIA Centre. And also, shall I ask your fellow panelists to come up as well? That's probably a good idea. So panelists, would you come up on the stage as well? So I'm going to ask, you can introduce yourselves. Please come up. And Kiva Richardson, Yandile Nku, Catherine Delevoye, Dileka Zansi, please come up. Thank you so much. And over to you.
Welcome. an all-female panel. It's already successful. Well, let's kick off, ladies. Yeah, I think they're all working. Just to kick things off, can you introduce yourself and tell us a bit about your organization and why you joined ENRICH in Africa Center on behalf of your organization? Wait, why do you join the Champions Network on behalf of your organization? I think we should start with you, Ndilega.
Okay, I was looking on the other side because I'm like, okay, let's not be biased because we're both coming from South Africa and under the same office. Let's start the other side. Hi, my name is Ndilega Zanzi. I'm the CEO of the French South African Tech Labs. We are based in South Africa. It is an incubator accelerator for digital innovation with a core focus on women and youth, Black youth. And we were established in 2016, have over 40 startups in our portfolio who have raised millions. I'm gonna try not to brag too much, and have also gone up in terms of winning international competitions, entrepreneurship competitions. And second question, why did we join the ENRICH in Africa
Champions Network?
So we are part also, FSET Labs was also part of the consortia. So does that answer it? So initially we were part of the consortia. I think it was an easier transition in terms of becoming a champion.
Okay, for those who are part of the consortia, I would say, why would you recommend other champions to join the network when it gets to you? Thank you for that, Ndilega. Catherine?
Hi everyone, I'm Catherine. I'm working at Technoport, which is a business incubator and accelerator based in Luxembourg. So we accelerate entrepreneurs from the business idea till they reach international growth. And we are active on all kinds of international markets, so India, Sri Lanka, African markets as well. So the reason why we became a champion, we are not a partner in the project, so we are an outsider, but we were very interested in joining in order to have the opportunity to discuss with our peers, so exchange with other innovation hubs from Europe and Africa, and see if we could join forces to do some collaborations and projects together. There are not many projects at the moment that I know where you have this opportunity not only to work with entrepreneurs, but also to connect to your peers. So you have the feeling that this dimension that we have in this project, that both innovation hubs and entrepreneurs are connected to each other, is something very powerful.
Thank you. Andile?
Is it still morning? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yandile Nuku, and I'm a regional program manager at Co-Creation Hub for Southern Africa under the Startup Support Unit. Co-Creation Hub, I think, started around 2010 when one of the founders is Honorable Minister Dr. Busun Tijani. And since 2010, we've acquired EiA Hub in Kenya as well, which also started around 2010 in Kenya. And we've also opened offices in Rwanda, and most recently this year, we opened offices in Namibia. So our mission is quite clear in terms of Africa and supporting innovation. We're a Pan-African organization. And I think, if you read even from our websites and you listen to more of us speaking, our mission is quite simple, is to accelerate the application of social capital as well as technology for Africa's economic prosperity. And so from a social capital point of view, ENRICH in Africa as a community and as a network, it just makes sense for us. And overall, I think it feeds into our overall mandate as an organization. Thank you.
Thank you. Kiva?
Hi, everyone. My name is Kevin Richardson. I'm with the Impact Hub Global team, a program manager. So Impact Hub is a global network of locally owned incubators and accelerators across the world. So we have local impact hubs in South America, Africa, Europe, North America, Asia, so all over the world. I would say the reason why Impact Hub got involved, My fellow champions mentioned it quite a bit, but it's really about bridging, I guess, the incubation ecosystem between Africa and Europe. We have quite a strong presence in Europe and on the continent as well. So it's really a great opportunity for our local impact hubs to, again, network on a different level as well. So not only with other impact hubs, but also with a broader network as well.
Wonderful. So, Catherine, taking from our last, from Philip and Ninon, we asked them why Africa, and why Africa, and why should other European entities or champions operate with Africa?
Well, a lot of things have already been said by the previous panelists, and I fully share their views. But if I can add something from my personal point of view, I think the mindset in Africa is very close to the one we are trying to have in Luxembourg. We try to be very practical oriented and also have a bottom-up approach when we build a project. So we start really from the needs on the ground and we build the project based on this situation. If I compare the African markets from that point of view with other international markets, I'm just back from India, for instance, sometimes the local partners do not want to say, no, what you offer is not relevant to us, for instance, because they think it's not kind to say it. But me, I like to have this feedback as well. No can be a very good answer, because when you know, you need to adapt and you need to change something in your approach. And often also they are a bit reluctant to say we have weaknesses, we have gaps, we have needs, we don't know what to do. And from the African innovation hubs, I often have this very open and approach in which they really say, this is where we are, this is what we have, this is what we need, this is what we want to achieve. And from that practical feedback that they give you, you can really build something that is meaningful.
Wonderful. And this is a question for all of you. Can you give a specific example how you have been successful as an EIA champion? Not necessarily during your tenure as a champion, but in your organization. I think I will give that one to Kiva first, then Yandile, then Dilega.
Yeah, so an example I can give. So as I mentioned, Impact Hub is quite a bit network. And we signed on with the ENRICH in Africa project with about 6 African impact hubs to be part of the network. Since then, we've been able to expand our reach within our network, meaning we have another additional 5 or 6 local impact hubs in Africa that has joined it because they also see the value. So that's one way, it's been successful for us.
Thank you, Kiva. Yandile?
Yeah, I think for us, this has been a pilot and an explorative exercise. I think success for us was actually realizing that there is an opportunity, there is a need for internationalization. There are startups that are actively looking to scale. And I think success for us is still ongoing because we're not yet done with our programming under the consortium. But was realizing that we've actually sparked some interest and curiosity in some growth stage startups who previously never thought or even imagined that they would want to scale to Europe, right? So I think to me that's been a success to us, but also looking at our internal capabilities as an organization, it hasn't necessarily been a focus to internationalize it and beyond Africa, and now it's something that we're actively thinking about based on our experiences. I think that thing is just realizing the stage of startups that are relevant for what we're trying to do under the EU innovation agenda. I think we've managed to attract quality startups across fintech, sustainability, health tech, that are in Series A, so pre-Series A and Series A. And I think for us, I would put that down as success. And also just learning insights that the types of startups, and I think this is relevant for you as well under the center, that will probably leverage on this a little bit more, startups that are probably looking to enter markets in the next 2 years. So the time for those startups to start exploring different markets is 2 years prior to market entry in that particular market. So I think that's been, I'd call it a point of success for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Andile. And for you, Ndilega?
For me, a success factor and an impact that the network has had in my organization is that we have been able to perform better in the projects we had in Africa. Usually we work for the Ministry of Cooperation in Luxembourg, for instance. We are the only partner from Europe, and we work with one local hub in Africa. In this network, we could see that if we engaged further partners, sometimes some activities could be done with a larger impact and in a more efficient way. So we could really optimize what we were doing on the ground. To give you an example, we had to give technical training to the people. Our technical experts, they intended to come from Luxembourg for 1 week, train the people, and that was it, just knowledge transfer. But we had this request from the entrepreneurs to get really practical training, meaning they wanted to work on their own solution or product together with a trainer, and that was extremely difficult to organize for us because we couldn't afford to send the trainer often enough to the Innovation Hub in Africa to provide support on a continuous basis to the people. So we partnered with some other African hubs that could more easily send an expert on a regular basis to the entrepreneurs, and therefore they got a better support than the one we could provide ourselves.
I share the same sentiments that you've mentioned in terms of it being a pilot and also sparking the ideas of like for soft landing, and that there's so much interest in terms of European startups want to soft land and internationalize in South Africa and Africa as a whole. The other example on our end, because we are a non-profit organization, I think one of the biggest successes on our end, being part of the consortia, was that it sparked another revenue stream in terms of we got this opportunity via the center, where there was a university from Tanzania, Nelson Mandela Institute, that wanted to replicate our model, our business model, and also they were starting it out. So they came to South Africa and we introduced them to different people in terms of, like, for example, when they didn't know how to deal with the IPs, they didn't know how to deal with how to with the applications for startups and all that. So this is something we know, this is something we do, but never thought of it and taking it as a revenue model. And now it's sparked that there's actually a need. And when we had the conversations with them, is that there's actually a need for this type of service, which is something that we weren't aware of. And now we went back to the drawing board and started looking at it in terms of this is something, a service offering that as FSET Labs we could offer in terms of supporting us with the revenue and expanding. I mean, we're based in South Africa, here's a university in Tanzania, and now what also that sparks is that there are other, there's a need for the service, not only within South Africa, but in other African countries as well.
Ah, wonderful. Just on time, I'd like to give time for the audience to ask this panel questions. So I'd just like to ask you to tell me 5 minutes before we end. Okay. Ndilega, on that, wonderful. On that, what key factors must NGOs develop to remain successful in this ecosystem?
There's several. On top of mind, the first one would be collaborate with other NPOs for success and sustainability. And also what I found is that there are people, most of us in the ecosystem are offering similar or the same services, And I think it's very important in terms of if you collaborate with other organizations in where they could be supporting your startups in terms of your services and cross collaboration. And also the one pain point that I think we share as NPOs is the funding and for this financial sustainability of an organization is try to find interesting and innovative ways for revenue models. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Kiva, what has been your experience with regard to being a coordinator of services offered to the champions during the project lifetime?
Yeah, I would say overall it's been a very positive and rewarding experience coordinating at the global level, all of the different actors, not only representing Impact Hub, but also helping to establish some of the pilot programs and services that we've done over the last 3 years. We've definitely seen some success, for example, with the startups that have been part of our startup and scaling programs. For example, we did a scaling program to help the diaspora who's looking to scale back into the continent. And so we're able to support about 6 startups through that. So, and this is opportunity that they doesn't come along very often, where you find programs sort of like target this population. But so overall, as a coordinator, it's been a good 3 years, and it's been an amazing journey just working with like-minded individuals professionally and getting to know everybody personally. And yeah, overall, it's been a great experience.
Thank you. And Yandile, how do you navigate the complex landscape of operating in various regions of Africa and working alongside partners from different continents, especially in the context of the ENRICH in Africa project and how you operate currently?
I think the strength of CC Hub over the past 14 years and iHub as well is just our strategic partnerships. If you look at some of the brands that we've worked with over the years, whether it's your Google or the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, you'll realize that we haven't just worked on one project, but we've been growing with them progressively over the years. And these are partners that have a deep interest in Africa longitudinally. I think in the fireside chat, we heard somebody saying we must be able to think in decades. So I think that has allowed us to grow with our different partners and to be able to extend our programming and services to other countries that we don't necessarily have a physical presence in. The second thing that I think is quite important is, localizing talent in the different countries that we operate in. I think I heard also in the previous session talking about the need to contextualize innovation. So we're very strong in all the 4 countries that we operate in. We've got local talent that is based there. And even other emerging economies, I'm based in Botswana, working remotely and not necessarily based in any of the 4 countries that we operate in. And we've also run some programs in Botswana, and with my insight as talent in Botswana, you're able to localize and ensure that you're offering solutions a little bit more effectively. I think the last thing in terms of success and navigation, I think we're very strong on community as an organization in all areas that we operate in. So the ability to we've supported over 650 startups over the past decade plus. Those startups form part of our community, and we're able to also draw on those startups as we continue to design more programs going forward. So I think being intentional about nurturing your community is something that we've been able to do, and it's helping us to be sustainable, even in the current terrains and how the economy is currently performing. So yeah, I think those are the few things that I would mention. Having a shared vision, a long-term vision with the different stakeholders that we collaborate with. I think if you've heard our founder speaking on various platforms, you'll say also, because I've had the opportunity to work closely with him, that there are certain business decisions that have been made that did not make economic sense. and you're just not looking at profits, but you're looking at the long-term impact that it's going to have both in the current business, but also in the economy of Africa as a whole. So I think those are some of the factors that have really helped us to be sustainable, but also to continue making an impact in Africa. Yeah.
Well said. Now this is for everyone on the panel. You can decide who goes first. What are some of the challenges that the ENRICH in Africa Center will need to address in the near future and in future, moving forward? You guys are operating in different locations, in different organizations, landscapes. There's insight there. Yeah, I know it's a broad question.
I can go first. Is that okay? Continue. Okay. I think the first thing is the mindset of the center. As much as it's a new institution, not to think of yourself as starting from ground zero, and recognizing that there's been 3 years of work by different players in the community, and what you ought to do as a center is to leverage on that experience. And there are a number of ways that looks like practically, like for instance, talent sourcing. There's a difference between sourcing talent externally, globally, and being intentional about sourcing talent within the ENRICH in Africa community that has been with the project over the past 3 years. Because what it means is that, you've got individuals that understand the project, they've been with the project for a longer period of time, and they'll be able to shape the way where the project is going into the future. And I think the second thing for me would be the knowledge management aspect of it. I only got into this project, I think, about 6 months ago in CC Hub. And what I saw there is there's an opportunity to manage the knowledge that we've developed over the past 3 years. And it looks like simple things like developing an onboarding platform that has knowledge and insights for new entrants to be able to come up to speed with the ENRICH in Africa community, but also the EU innovation agenda, right? So that's becoming significantly important. So yeah, and then the third thing would be, you've got to be very strong on the monitoring and evaluation of the center. It's a long-term game. You've got to think in decades, as the previous fireside chat said, and what that means is that some of the impact we're going to start seeing based on the work that we've done over the past 3 years is only going to come in year 4, between year 5 and 10, right? But you have to be intentional as a center to ensure that you're observing this community and you've got some sort of activities to activate the alumni network to ensure that you're in the loop of the impact that's coming out of the work that we've done in the initial 3 years. So I think for me, that would be the advice in terms of key focus areas going forward.
Thank you, Yandile. Catherine? I'll repeat the question. If I can find it. But anyway, it was along the lines of the challenges that the center will find and will need to manage moving forward, and yeah, just some insight.
Yeah, in my opinion, a challenge will be, because you have a very large network and also a very holistic approach in serving different needs in the ecosystems, offering different types of activities. A challenge will be to maintain all those activities in the long term with a high level of quality, and also encouraging the members also to have a shared vision and similar expectations, because it can be that any member in the network needs different things or would like you to take a different approach, and in this case it will be challenging for you to offer something that will really bring the partners and the members together. But I'm optimistic because the fact that we have the center means this project has an operational partner in place, and someone also can take the lead and can guide also the members in terms of activities and so on. And I think that you will have this key role of maintaining strong links in the network and also the shared vision.
Thank you, wonderful.
Just to add on that, in terms of shared vision and the network being such a broad network, I think from time to time, it would be also important to still check in with the champions that what you are offering is still in line with what they are expecting. And also for us to communicate, for the center to communicate very clearly so that to manage expectations of people coming in, because if information is not communicated properly, then there'll be expectations and expectation will not be met. But for the past 3 years, what I've seen that is that the consortia has co-created the space, but it's just important to just always check in that you are still providing what you had promised to provide.
Excellent. And final, Kiva?
Yeah, I mean, I echo everything that has been said. I mean, ENRICH in Africa, Africa alone is such a huge continent. So how do you manage this network of incubators and accelerators across 2 different continents, and even within, these individual continents, you have these countries. So, yeah, it's just a very diverse network. But I believe the center is up for the challenge. So, yeah.
And then, finally, before we move to the audience, how do you celebrate your successes as an organization? Let me start this side.
How do we celebrate our success as an organization? Well, it depends. We run several projects, and then each project has its own KPIs. I think the celebration in terms of, not the actual physical celebration, but it's understanding what we had put in place for us to succeed. Like for example, right now we are also piloting a soft landing program, which is happening in South Africa next week. And by the way, if there are any European startups who are interested to come down to South Africa, please reach out to me. I think I have a spot for one more European startup. And celebrating that is basically acknowledging what we've done and also reviewing. So, because sometimes it's also always difficult to meet your exact KPIs that you put, but it's always important to go back, review, and realizing, okay, fine, these are the shortcomings, and how do we then work around our shortcomings, and these are the successes that we have put in place, and celebrate those. And also with successes, when you are an NPO, I'll go back to that, is that when you have funders, so your successes are not your own successes that you put on yourself, it's somebody else's KPIs that this funder has put these KPIs down, and therefore for the project to be successful, you needed to have met these KPIs.
Wonderful. Catherine.
Yes, we are a bit on the same line. The way we celebrate our successes is that we share a lot with best practices or success stories in order to motivate others to give it a try if they are a bit afraid of going on African markets. And we also try to see how we can build upon that experience, how it can bring us and also some other partners or stakeholders one step further. So we try to integrate those successes into a virtuous circle that is going to create further emulation and activities in our network.
Thank you. Yandile?
I must say, I think this is a difficult question. I'm not sure if I know how to respond to it, but I do believe that we've continued to exist over the past few years based on our successes. And so each success with a different partner or different project, translates to either a good return on investment from our end for any startups that we've invested in, but it also translates to bigger and better projects with existing partners. So I think for me, that's what I'd say. Thanks.
Thank you. Kiva, I'll start with your answer, actually. Part of our celebration last night, for those who were there for the Champions Gathering, It's a very well organized dinner. That was successful, but yes.
Thank you. Yeah, so that's an example of celebrating our success, right, and coming together and sharing stories side by side. Internally at Impact Hub, we have our internal meetings where we share what's happening within a network and acknowledge our accomplishments. And then there are impact reports that are also shared beyond our network as well. Our website, we have amazing, impressive numbers. Just reflect like how well or how the amazing things that the Impact Hub network are doing both at the local level and the global level as well.
Thank you, ladies. Are there any questions from the audience for this wonderful panel?
There's one over there, right on the other side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very, very inspiring indeed. So there's a lot of food for thought here. If you had to summarize your views in one keyword on the next big thing that you think should happen in the innovation ecosystems in which you are involved, what that would be? What would be your one only keyword for the future?
Can you repeat the question?
Right, so we heard about some of the perspectives, some of the gaps and needs, and depending on where you're operating, and a lot of the cases it's regional level, continental level, or between two continents. In your view, what is your keyword, just one word, that summarizes your view on the next big thing that should happen in the innovation ecosystems in which you're operating? Thank you.
You said one word? Yes. I'll say three: collaborate, collaborate, collaborate.
I would say it is more than one word, but sustainability and social impact.
I have more than one word. I'd say narrative building, to build the creative confidence of young people in Africa and Europe to innovate.
Yeah, network and relationship building.
I'll also add a word there. I would say community, partnership, and stakeholders, but community is the word. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give a round of applause to this wonderful panel? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zandile. It's time now for our networking lunch. And so if you could be back, there's lots of time to network, which is great. So if you could please be back here at 14:45, 2:45, and we'll be looking at the future of the EIA Centre. We've heard about the success stories. Let's hear when we come back about what's going to happen when we go forward. Maybe some of those words we've heard already: collaborate, collaborate, collaborate. Thank you very much, everyone. Hello, everyone. We're going to start quite soon, so if you would kindly take your seats. I hope you've had a good lunch, and it's been really great seeing you all networking. They didn't call it a networking lunch for nothing. And hello, welcome to you watching online. We're just waiting for everyone to sit down, and then we will start. Now, just wanted to say that there's a slight change in the schedule that you've got on your programs due to logistical issues, and one of the panelists has to catch a train or plane or whatever. So we're going to swap everything round. We're going to start with what was going to be the final panel of the day, and it's about international partnership building between European and African innovation ecosystems. So I would like to introduce our moderator for this panel. It's Ruben Karandi, ADIBNet, with more than 15 years of experience in the international EU and research development and innovation fields. Ruben is a senior project leader at EBN, and he's responsible for designing and delivering international projects, and he's currently project manager of the ADIBNet, where he's put special emphasis on creating connections between digital startups from Europe and Africa. So Ruben, welcome to you. And I'd also like to welcome the other panelists while Ruben is coming up. So please can I call Margherita Trastini, Eunice Baguma Bol, Geraldine de Bastion, and Abdurrahim. Please take your seats. Thank you very much. And Ruben, over to you.
Thank you very much. And well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to be with you all and to be here at ENRICH in Africa Congress. ENRICH in Africa has the objective of bringing together innovation stakeholders from Europe and Africa. And this is also the objective of 5 projects that will be sharing the stage, or whose representatives will be sharing the stage with me today. Indeed, this session will be focused on the lessons we have learned during 3 years implementing 5 projects that responded a call, ICT 58 call, Horizon 2020, that was launched at the end of November 2019. And going back to the objective of the initiative supported by this call, the objectives of these 5 projects, we will be sharing lessons there today, is also creating collaborations, connecting innovation stakeholders from Africa and from Europe with one specificity. We have done this through digital innovation hubs. Well, for this, we have here with us today different speakers. Margherita Trestini, first of all, from Apodisi, representing the project DigiLogic. Hello, Margherita. We have as well Eunice Baguma from ATBN, representing African EU. Eunice. Geraldine Bastion from Global Innovation Gathering from the project Make It Africa. And Abdurrahim from WhatsApp from the project Hub Equitus. I will be moderating the session, but also representing here the 5th project that is called ADIBNet. Well, let's start the session by understanding what are these projects about. Margherita, could you tell us in a nutshell what is DigiLogic?
Yes, DigiLogic is a digital innovation hub made of 7 partners, 3 from Africa, Apodisi, based in Lagos, Nigeria, MEST in Ghana, Bongo Hive in Zambia, and from the European side we have VTT, the research center in Finland, a digital innovation hub in Udine, northeast of Italy, and our coordinator, the Digital Logistics Hub in Dortmund. The focus of our work has been promoting collaboration between Digital Innovation Hub on a specific vertical, smart logistics. Within the project, it was a lot of peer learning between Digital Innovation Hubs, but also scouting for excellent startups on the African side working on smart logistics. We picked 11 and 1 Italian, so 12 in total. And from there, we mentored them for 18 months from a technological point of view, business development, and so on. We brought them to the event in South Africa, Cape Town, the EU Africa Innovation Festival. And in a couple of weeks, we have the last push, which is an online pitch event where we hope we can matchmake them with investors.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Margarita. Geraldine, what about Make It Africa? Tell us about the project.
Thank you, Ruben. Yes, so we, I would say, have more of a network approach. We are not connecting individual innovation hubs, but we are a networked consortium. So my organization, the Global Innovation Gathering, which is a global network of innovation hubs, the African Makerspace Network, the African Open Science Hardware Network, excuse me, please, and also European actors like EiA, which runs the Digital Distributed Design Network Europe. So this kind of network approach. And our project is focused on the topic of distributed manufacturing, which we also see as the future of manufacturing. So imagine moving away from a world where all the things are mass-produced in one place and shipped to a world where smaller quantities of things, perhaps more customized, individualized, are produced in smaller spaces where they are needed locally. So this is very much in line with the concepts of circular economy and also more resilient supply chains, which of course is a conversation that we've been having ongoing in Europe and Africa. So we have been connecting digital innovation hubs, specifically hubs that have maker spaces or fabrication equipment, so open kind of workshops, places where hardware gets produced in Africa and in Europe, and we still have a year and a half short of runtime left, different offers that can really target makerspaces across Africa and Europe, including data standards for what lives inside these hubs. So imagine you're an SME and you want to produce some kind of casing. You can see which makerspace is close to you with what kind of machinery in it where you could produce this, and also a data standard for the skills of the people working in these spaces. We've also created a catalog of open business models to see how can open source technology also make money, and how can these innovation hubs, makerspaces, but also the companies, the projects, the products coming out of these spaces create sustainable business models around them. And we're currently launching a MOOC, which is an open educational platform for different people to tap into. So really a lot of open products that innovators and innovation spaces across the continents can use.
Thanks, Geraldine. And well, we've been speaking about logistics, networks, and manufacturing. And Abdur, what is Ubiquitous about?
Okay, and thank you very much, and good afternoon. So for Ubiquitous, and sometimes you call it Ubiquitous or Ubiquitous. So it's I like also sometimes I was looking the commission how they define the Ubiquitous. I think they say it's a capacity building project. So I think yes. So Ubiquitous is really a tech capacity building project. So what we have, what is our approach? I will open the box later to show you actually. So the project is actually, one of our main goal is to develop fast, we call innovation enabler. This is the tech-driven innovation enabler. So we had two enabler, one we call solution lab, and another we call application business box. And that was, at the beginning, it was very complicated to explain our partner and Tech Hub, what is Solution Lab, what is Application Business Box. So it's actually Tech Enabler. So at the end of the day, we come up with one name, we say, okay, let's not complex. We call now Solution Box. So this is actually our enabler. So what is Solution Box? Solution Box is actually a complete one-stop solution prototyping box that you can have. What is inside? Inside it has, I will open you, I will show you. You can be curious. But it's inside the hardware. It's not only hardware, also the IoT platform. The platform, how you can connect this hardware. And also not only the hardware software platform that how you connect, it also a platform we call a laboratory, virtual lab platform, where you can, once you get these boxes, then you doesn't know where to start, how to start. So there is an online platform that is we call WASI Lab platform. It's a virtual lab, living lab platform. That platform allows you to develop prototyping. So that means that this is actually the, so we have developed an enabler we call solution box. Is a one-stop box to develop a rapid prototyping. So now, who can use this box? For whom we box the design? Actually, these boxes are designed for Tech Hub. Tech Hub, mostly like what Geraldine mentioned, the maker space, Fab Lab, technical training center, who wanted to develop a service catalyzed like the training as a services, IoT training service, certification training. You want to develop the MVP prototyping as a services. So all the tech-driven services you want to develop. So then this is the box, right box for you. So with this box, you can launch a prototyping program, you can launch a develop a software training, you can provide a service to the startup like the prototyping. So we are more on early stage, the ideation stage. So once you are coming a startup, we have idea, but you don't know where to start your prototype. Then is the solution box is the right tool for you. So it has a different sort of hardware. This is just one example how quickly you can build a nice soil moisture sensor on one of these hardware. So that means this solution box is very generic. You can have 1,000 of application you can mine. It doesn't matter. As long as you want to monitor something, you want to connect, it doesn't matter. It's completely irrelevant of what is the idea you have. And it has all the hardware, different hardware, computing box, AI box, everything like AI tools, AI accelerator, everything is inside. So that is actually what, so we are, what we was doing about the time, we are training the hub. But we find out that the building the capacity actually where we really need to put it more and more focus. And one thing I had to say that actually we had an event in Kigali I think it was 3-4 weeks before with the AfriLab gathering. We was participating, and we are also participating in the Mobile World Congress. And a lot of hub was asking, can we buy it, this box? How much it cost? Can we buy it? So then actually now this whole program, we are a little bit lucky. I would say we had pushed the program a bit. We are still 7 months to go, not like many other projects we are finishing. So we have redesigned our program a bit different way. So that means that now we have launched an open call to select the best hub to be we call hub catalyzed program. So hub catalyzed program, what we are going to do, we are going to select the 10 best hub in Africa. And so after selection, we will invite these 10 best hub, the technical people as well as the business people in our partner countries in Tanzania. So in that event, we will do a 1-week training, this hub, how they can use this box to develop a rapid prototyping, how they can use the box to launch an IoT training program. So then after that, after this training, we let hub to go back, and we'll give them 2-month time to show how you can launch the program. So then every hub will be responsible to develop 2 startup prototyping. Mm-hmm. And then every hub will be responsible to launch the IoT certification program. So once we do this 2 months, and we will invite this 10 hub to the European, and we wanted to organize European innovation event where the 10 hub will be prototyping. So this is actually just, we want to show the 10 hub, but we believe that it's scaling up. I think we have launched the PCall application. I'm not sure I should say the number. Already 60 hub registered that they want to apply it. So I think we will get the 100 application for this.
Thanks, Arup.
So yeah, that's
I guess
all.
we can speak.
I took a bit longer than what was you asked.
No problem. I guess we will have the chance to get to know better the project after this question and also after the panel. thank you very much. Now it's time for African EU. Eunice, could you tell us about the project?
Yeah, thanks, Ruben, and good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Eunice. I'm from ATBN. We're one of the partners on the African EU project. So African EU project is a consortium of 11 organizations, 7 based in Europe and 4 in Africa. So we focused on 4 target countries in Africa, which are Uganda, Tanzania, Nigeria, and Ghana. And we set out to basically establish what we called a networking academy. So combining, I think, some of the aspects you've seen, the capacity building and the networking. And our goal was really around building innovation ecosystems in Africa and building collaboration between the EU and Africa by specifically really focusing in on digital innovation hubs. So I think before this, and I really loved, I remember working on the proposal for this project. Before this, I think every time there was a call, it was always focused on startups and how do you build startups and entrepreneurs. So it was really refreshing to see this push and shift for digital innovation hubs. And for us at ATBN, it's something we had been like singing about a lot, and actually what got us discovered and sort of incorporated into this project, we were saying, if you want to support long-term sustainable innovation and entrepreneurship and in Africa, you need to focus on the digital innovation hubs. They're on the ground, they are really at the center of the whole innovation ecosystem. They're playing roles, they are convening, they're pushing for policy, they're upskilling, they're the launch pad for a lot of these innovations to grow. So this is exactly what we set out to do. We started out by doing a landscape study, and ATBN led that phase, and we actually wrote quite a few reports on that, on around what we see as the challenges and opportunities for supporting digital innovation hubs and ecosystems in Africa. I brought along some of my reports. I'm one of those researchers. I'm always trying to get people to read my research. So feel free to pick up a few copies on your way out. So after that, we were really trying to understand the needs of, we didn't want to go out and say, oh, we're building capacity of digital innovation hubs and connecting them to Europe without understanding what they actually wanted and needed. So that's what the study was for. And so that was the first 6 months. And then after that, we set out to design capacity building programs. And these were around not as sort of sector specific or technical like some of the other projects, but more around how can digital innovation hubs build sustainable models for themselves. We found, for example, in our research that a lot of the startups that we talked to were actually less than 2 years old, were turning over less than 100,000 USD annually. So they were in a way small organizations themselves struggling to access resource, but at the same time having this really key role of supporting other innovations and businesses. So we really designed capacity building for hub leaders, managers, to be able to build their own organizations up and make them much stronger, but also giving them the tools that they would then need to pass on. So we did things like studying monitoring and evaluation, communicating your impact, writing proposals, networking, attracting funding, communications, etc. So that was on the capacity building theme. And then on the networking theme, very similarly, just facilitating connections across different hubs, across different ecosystems, both in Europe and within Africa. We had boot camps in each of the 4 countries. We had 2 sort of larger networking and sort of transcontinental networking events in Portugal and Italy. And overall, we had quite a lot, I would say, came out, and I think maybe we'll talk a bit more in the learnings and the sharing. But for us, it's been a really amazing 3 years. We are going to be concluding our project end of January, so it's been quite a really fruitful and impactful journey for us.
Thanks a lot, Eunice. And the fifth project, as mentioned before, it's EiDivNet. And in EiDivNet, in a partnership including European and African stakeholders, led by GIZ, including EVN as members, Steinmetz, and other organizations, as mentioned, from Europe and Africa. We have tried to create and consolidate digital innovation hubs in Africa, but also supported the startup ecosystem. And we've been doing this, involving, in this a common activity with ENRICH in Africa, involving African and European innovation stakeholders. We have been working with 12 digital innovation hubs around 4 main sectors, wide sectors: climate, smart agriculture, digital trade, smart cities, and clean tech. We have helped them with capacity building activities, but also, with African EU, with an important element of networking and exploration of collaborations, also in collaboration with European stakeholders, European digital innovation hubs. We have organized, among others, study trips for these African digital innovation hubs to meet European digital innovation hubs on site and to learn or exchange different learnings from the field, from the ecosystems, from the different actors they are working with. And we have worked on this side of the sectors, the digital innovation hubs, but also the organizations benefiting from the services of the digital innovation hubs, which are the startups. We have also provided capacity building activities for the startups from Africa and from Europe, 50 startups from Africa and 50 from Europe. And also something that has been and is being, because we are still implementing this activity, very relevant is, again, networking and collaboration opportunities. It was not only about European companies working on the one hand and African companies, startups working on the other hand, but also trying to explore collaborations among themselves. This is in a nutshell IDIVNet. Well, we'll have time after the session to discuss any opportunity to collaborate, to create connections with the partnership and the digital innovation hub and the startups. And well, now that we have an overview of the projects we are working in, we can dig into the lessons we have learned during these three years and the challenges we have faces for well, as the title of the sessions as well, to build partnerships between European and African innovation ecosystems. Well, let's start with the challenges and for example, the geologic ones. Margarita, which have been the challenges that you faced during the implementation of the geologic when it comes to create collaborations between Africa and Europe?
Quite a few. I live, work, and sleep in Nigeria most of my time. Nigeria is the cradle of resilience and entrepreneurship. So there is no lack of business ideas. There is no lack of strength to make it happen. There is lack of infrastructure. When we are online in our calls, very often I tell you, sorry, my video is off. And this is not something that entrepreneurs can easily fix. They have to work around it. So things that here in Europe are given for granted are definitely not granted. If you come to Lagos, I will be happy to host you. You will see what is a go-slow in Lagos, meaning from the island to the mainland, 13 kilometers bridge. You can stay on that bridge for 3 hours. Productivity is going where? Skills, that's another huge challenge. Now I take Nigeria as an example because it's huge, it's probably the biggest economy, and if South African people are here will say it's not true, they are the biggest ones. But skills, the skilled people, and here I'm talking about technical skills, programmers, AI, blockchain, whatever, they are straight away hired by big American multinational. Microsoft, Google, Facebook, name it. They are hungry for talents on the African continent, meaning how many are left for startup, SMEs, entrepreneurship. We have a challenge as Apodissi in hiring people, talented people. What happens when we talk with Europe? You come from Nigeria, wow. It's already, probably you are a scam, probably you are a 419, meaning where is the trust? To build trust, when I say, I'm Margarita and I'm from Nigeria, no, maybe you're not. And anyway, I have to double check on you because you come from Nigeria. So think what it means when you are a small entrepreneur, you are a startup, you are looking for funding, and you don't have a network because you have been working for the last 30 years around the world. Interest of corporate investment and innovation in Africa. Most of the multinationals have innovation, R&D, strong, maybe even a challenges program, hub, and so on. We are talking now with DHL. They have a digital innovation hub for Middle East and Africa based where? Dubai. Now, they are interested in joining this event. Why? Because they have no clue about Africa. But they have operations in Africa. But the operations of multinationals in Africa are mainly trading or production. There is no R&D. How a digital innovation hub can flourish if they don't have corporate clients? How startups can test their innovation if they don't have corporate clients? And that's another challenge. Third, and not last, visa. Tomorrow I'm in another project meeting in Udine with African partners for another project. To get the visa for our own partners to participate, I had to knock the door of private contacts at embassies, Italian embassies that I know in person. Otherwise, they were already rejected. I can stop here, or I can continue.
quite a few. And well, thanks, Margarita. I guess we have some common challenges when I heard you saying visa, and I'm seeing also Geraldine like jumping down.
I grabbed the microphone. I mean, I couldn't agree more, Margarita. If it's okay, just to add really quickly, because that was exactly the issue, the key challenge I was going to highlight, but I completely agree with all the other challenges that you highlighted as well, particularly around infrastructure and trust, which maybe just to add, trust going in so many different ways. Sometimes it's also trust from the governments of course, in Europe, but also in African countries toward their local innovators, their innovation scenes, like this idea to buy local, to support your local talent, and to see the importance of these actors that we are working with, who are doing such an important job, as you pointed out earlier. So I definitely agree with everything you said, and visas has been such a struggle in our project as well. So maybe just super quickly, GIG is connected to a festival in Berlin called Republica, and we have been hosting sort of our gatherings of our community there for the last 10 years. So this is a 10-year-long story of woe, I can tell. But with the course of MAKE, I could really see that it's getting worse and not better. And especially, and this is coming from a German point of view, where our foreign minister has put forth this idea of a feminist foreign policy, which I think is fantastic, but falls down at the embassies, yeah? Because it's so much worse for women. It's even more worse for women with children. Like, God forbid you'd ever want to bring a family member. Obviously, all Africans are, and this is just the voice of the embassies I'm mirroring here, are potentially illegal migrants that want to stay here, and it's a complete lack of recognition of the talent that we're missing out on, which you correctly pointed is brain drained into big tech American companies, but we're not benefiting from mutually in Europe and in Africa. So this is a huge issue, and I would love the European Union to be louder in addressing this, especially in the times as we're so busy building this fortress Europe and sowing seeds of content and racism rather than of collaboration. Yeah.
Thanks, Geraldine. Eunice, what's your opinion from the African EU perspective on these main challenges we face in terms of creating partnerships?
Yeah, so definitely I would echo the trust aspects and those perceptions, and I think that for us, we found that even within us as a consortium, later on as the relationship flourished, you kind of open up about different perceptions and, maybe biases that have been overcome by, working together, learning about different cultures and, knowing when, somebody speaks like this on the, on video, it, can be interpreted like this. So I think, just, those different perceptions, it's, different cultures and ways of working, coming together, and there is definitely a challenge there, but obviously that can be bridged with, efforts to be made from both sides, mutual respect and understanding. Also the point you made, Margarita, about the corporates, that came out very, very clearly in our research. So we were looking at this challenge, particularly for us, we looked at the digital innovation hubs and how they can grow and thrive. And this idea of not being able to build sustainable business models was a big one. And when you look at how other digital innovation hubs in Europe have developed, it's always with government funding, corporate funding. Those are like the models that fund innovation. And now in the space where, like you said, a lot of the big national corporates are not doing R&D. The government is most of the time waiting for the innovation to get value out of it. They're not necessarily putting in where it's not like a direct thing. And to be honest, I remember we presented some of the findings of our research, and someone genuinely asked, like, how is it possible that there are any digital innovation hubs if this is the case? But that's the amazing thing, is they are. And so it's really about, like, almost, when we talk about frugal innovation, we normally talk about it in the context of technology, but it's frugal innovation in the context of, like, enabling organizations to still keep going. And, a lot of it has been, applying for different grants and opportunities and doing service innovation. And actually one of the key things that came out for me and my colleague staff who did this research was that digital innovation hubs in Africa have a lot to teach the world, just in terms of, like, exactly that, like service innovation. And because they are very unique in their ability to work. They, for example, in Ghana, in Nigeria, they've been at the forefront of shaping the startup policies in their country. So they're, at one point you have a policymaker hat, at the same time you're like providing infrastructure, you're providing the Wazi Hub box, your technology, your everything. And their ability to work across sectors, have all these skills and do that in quite low resource context is really something I think that can teach a lot about innovation. But anyway, back to the point about the challenges. Yes, that came out, really how all these different factors affect the ability of digital innovation hubs to survive, to thrive, to be able to support their ecosystems better. We definitely saw the visa issues as well. We had a few people missing around the table at various events. Interestingly, sometimes even the other way. We had somebody who was not able to go to Nigeria for the gathering because there was a long process and you had to DHL some documents. So I think the bureaucracy around is definitely a challenge. And I don't know if there's, the answer to that. We'll get to the solutions. Maybe my panelists will have answers to that. And I had a couple of other things, but I've forgotten, so I will luckily stop here.
Thanks, Eunice. Abdul, how could, well, we've been speaking about challenges. How do you think digital innovation hubs could help us to solve these challenges in connecting Europe and Africa, in creating these partnerships between European and African innovation ecosystems?
Yeah, thanks. Yes, so I think that as a colleague already mentioned, there are quite a lot of challenges is addressed. And some of the challenges actually, which is really hindering this European-African collaboration. And obviously it's mentioned by the culture. Cultural differences are very, very huge. And in Africa, if you organize an event, or if you organize, you will see the 100 people immediately participating. You organize in here, Europe, you see, you need to go door to door to call them to come. So that means that there is a really, it's very interesting to see how the African, it seems they are more on the open for collaboration. But in Europe, somehow, I think we are really not so much open for the collaboration, even we pretend to be. So maybe this is also one of the tools, and one of the reasons is also hindering this EU-African collaboration. And I think all of the project, we really faced that it was easy for us to engage the African startup or African. If you launch open call, you'll see there was not European startup, mostly are coming from Africa. So that is actually the where we have, I think, all of us face, and I think maybe that's the where we need to understand why is it like. I mean, what is the reason? How really to build the collaboration? I mean, how to bring the Europe and Africa really a collaboration? That is actually, I think there are many things need to be. I think from our side, obviously we see that when I talk about even technology, that things I'm doing is really very low technology. Means like it's very simply, I mean, kind of technology we are trying to train in Europe, but in Africa. But in Europe, the technology that you are talking about, the supercomputing, you're talking about AI. So the level of this, I think there is still quite a lot of gap between the technological gap and then this like the digital dividend. There is still a lot of dividend, and maybe that's where it's also hindering for the collaboration, because if a European startup, they're working very high-tech startup, and they don't see any marketing in Africa. And most of the German startup, they were working on the manufacturing industry. So they don't see any interest. They don't see even market in Africa. So that is actually the huge. That's where I think quite a lot of challenges in terms of really bridging the gap between EU and Africa. And we are trying to. I think we believe that there need to be a level up, means level up from so that at least that we are talking in the similar environment, similar kind of interest, similar technology to, I think this is happening, but maybe I feel there need to be more and more capacity building. I mean, the colleague, you said that, yes, there are quite a lot of intelligent and technical people in Africa, which hired by Microsoft and things, as you said. But still, I think as a continent, it needs to be much more build the capacity if you want to build the collaboration between you and Africa. That is actually I see that's the reason. I mean, we have been working quite ourselves last 7 years, but being in the two EU-African collaboration has still a lot to do.
Geraldine, I see you
I don't know if we have time
to share. Yeah, I would focus on trying to think on from these challenges we've all faced during these years of implementing these projects. What have we achieved to overcome? Focus also on, there are challenges for sure, but also positive things that we have helped to solve or to put together European and African ecosystems. What do you think, or Margarita?
I think the most interesting result is actually with these 11 startups. I think we identified the model to support them, which maybe it's hard to scale, but it was really mentoring them one by one based on their exact needs. Who needed an office space for meeting a client had the space of one of the partners. Who needed help with an algorithm that didn't work had the VTTT. So very customized on not a program of capacity building and marketing online, no. For each of them, exactly what they wanted and what they needed, and also a sale time. It became clear that sometimes, because they are unknown, corporate clients wouldn't trust them. But if at the business meeting, one of the partners, as VTT, any of the other partners, was involved, then it caught the interest and the support. Meaning, if there is one of these established corporate with you, then it means that I can trust you and I can start the business discussion. the other thing, we realized that these small young entrepreneurs, they have bright ideas, but even on the essential, a license, a bank account, a corporate bank account, being aware of the regulation of the market, they are almost at ground zero. So it's not capacity building general, it's really technically the foundation of running a business. So this, I think, will help us a lot in future projects because we have a better understanding from different countries of what is needed, I think.
Thanks, Margarita. We could be speaking for hours, I guess, about the common challenges and the responses we can give to them, we have given to them, or we even cannot imagine. But well, I wanted to open a bit this discussion because we have 5 minutes to finish this session. For anyone who would like to, well, raise any question. Yes?
Thank you so much. My name is Linda Bonyo. I am the founder of the Lawyers Hub. We work at the intersection of law and technology in Africa. I'm curious, I really resonate with your sentiments, Margarita, on the visa issue, and Geraldine as well, really highlighting the gap between what's happening in Europe in accordance to like strategy and policy, but then also what's being implemented on the ground. I want to suggest that maybe we need to think about what political goodwill means, especially within the innovation ecosystem, and for us to determine maybe who would be the best allies in this particular regard. And I agree with you, Geraldine. I applied for a visa for my kids to come to Europe, and it was rejected by the German government, and I made noise about it in my own ways, and that decision was rescinded, and they gave my kids a visa. I think that we need to be a bit more deliberate, especially as an innovative ecosystem, to fix these issues, and rather than wish them away. And I think, and I'm going to ask if this is something that's possible to do, to match ecosystems. So if we're matching startups and startups, maybe it's time we match civil society and civil society, governments and governments, because every single conversation happening on policy is really eliminating the startup voice. So you have Smart Africa happening, the African Union meetings, but we don't have any startup conversations happening in those spaces and saying, this is the kind of laws that we need that would ideally help us in that sense. So I would really be keen to hear how this project, maybe as a next step, would really be able to make those linkages. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing that point. So maybe just to add quickly, you know, we still have 1.5 years of runtime, and I've been spending 10 years trying to be building meaningful connection between innovation hub people around the world. And one of the things is that we might live in different realities, but there are so many common agendas that we have, especially regarding policy. So many of the things on top of the European policy, whether it's finding ways to make AI compatible with our society or the right to repair, are policy agendas that we need to be in collaboration and in conversation with, not just in order to make them work from a European side, this idea that we sort of you know, populate our policies into the world to have other people live with them. All of that is only going to work in collaboration and dialogue. And I think, like in the MAKE context, some of these innovation-related policies is something that we're working on. We're about to release a policy paper as ICT 58 projects with our shared agendas and experiences, but this is also part of the core deliverables in MAKE policy papers that have spent time interviewing national hub networks, national innovators, and collected their experiences of trying to engage in innovation policy dialogues. And I think the right to repair is just a good example that makes it tangible. There's a person working in Ghana where they live with all our electronic waste, you know, and very much pushing the right to repair as a policy point from his perspective, which is so important as we're trying to also push this in the EU and include more digital products in this idea of right to repair. So there's so much work to do there, and we would be very good off to build more platforms for these policy dialogues.
Thanks, Geraldine, and thanks for the question. From the IDEAPNet perspective, the project I'm representing here, It is true that, well, we've been working with digital innovation hubs on the one level, another layout for the startups, but also digital innovation hubs. These study trips were aimed to create connections between the ecosystems. We were not only trying the African digital innovation hubs to visit European digital innovation hubs to speak among themselves, but to get to know the entire ecosystem and to speak with other stakeholders. We have also organized sessions for the startups in Africa and Europe to meet online stakeholders from the other regions. Not only companies for doing business, not only potential partners, but also trying to expand different ways of understanding the other's ecosystem, creating common visions to work together. And also, there's one activity being undertaken now under IDIVNet, which is a policy handbook, for policymakers working around entrepreneurship and innovation, mostly from Africa, but also with a focus on Europe, including all the lessons we have learned from these study trips, these meetings between startups from Europe and from Africa, the creation of the African Digital Innovation Hubs in partnership with the European ones itself. So this will be gathered in conclusions that will be that we can share, of course, with you, and also that will be useful for new projects or other initiatives that will be put in place.
Can I add very, very, very quickly to that as well? I just wanted to say that when we are coming to the end of our project, and somebody asked me what is the one thing that if I had all the resource, all the time, what would I focus on? And it was exactly that. It was the policy piece. And I said exactly that. I said, and it's so funny that you articulated it as like a matchmaking program between policymakers. And I remember saying Rwanda and Estonia, get them together. Estonia is doing amazing things in terms of just getting themselves set up to be a digital-first economy, and Rwanda is doing the same. The lessons that you can learn between two, having a playbook for this is how you write policy that stimulates flow of skills, that stimulates development of innovation, that puts the infrastructure in place. This is where it's been done in this way, under these circumstances, and this was the result, because a lot of our time, policymakers are playing catch-up to innovation, right? So the innovation comes, the Bitcoin comes, the AI comes, then you're trying to, and trying to get ahead of that, I think would be the biggest impact that we can probably make in this space, because everything else follows on from that.
Thank you very much, Anis. Thanks. I guess this is a good conclusion for this panel. I want to thank you very much again, Margarita, Geraldine, Abdur, and Eunice. We could be speaking for hours. We have shared many challenges, but not the one focused on investing. I guess it's time to listen about this.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ruben. Thank you all. Really great to hear challenges and solutions so well articulated, and absolute gems of ideas coming out there. So thank you so much. Okay, so we're going to move on to our penultimate session of the day, and this is really a quick guide on how development finance, ESOs and investors can help build the tech ecosystem. How can they work together, and what can they bring to the table? So please welcome Ange Ahi, Africa Project Manager. Thank you for coming. And Ange is from Euroequity at BPI Finance, the French Public Investment Bank, and he's going to lead the session. Please do come. As ENRICH in Africa's consortium member, Ange manages the ENRICH in Africa digital community of 450 members, onboards its new organization members, and organizes the investor e-pitching session. So over to you, Ange, and please could the panelists come up as well, Robert, Geeta, and Naila. Thank you.
Hello. Where you want? Thanks a lot, everyone. I am Ange, like you maybe understand that I am Africa Project Manager in BPI France Recruiting. I'm very happy to animate this panel about investment and connection between three key stakeholders of the tech ecosystem. So we could say the development finance institution, the investors, and the business support organization. So thanks a lot, everyone, to be in here. Thanks a lot also for our speaker. We have the chance, I think, to have them on this panel today. Thanks a lot. I see that I will begin with Robert. So thanks a lot, Robert, to being here. So I will let you maybe introduce yourself, if you could. So who are you, and what do FMOs in a few words? Thanks a lot.
Sure, thank you. Hi, everyone. It's good to be here. I'm Robert Haney with FMO, and I'm actually part of FMO Ventures program, which is the side of FMO that is making earlier stage investments. And I lead on our ecosystem building work, which is the even earlier stage upstream ecosystem building activities that we support to help build out the pipeline for us in more investable opportunities, but also just the broader VC emerging industry across countries of focus. And just a little bit more about FMO, as in the Dutch Entrepreneurial Development Bank, or the Dutch DFI. We have almost over 50 years of kind of private equity investment, but the Ventures program was launched about 3 years ago. So where we kind of intersect with this community and you all today is still a relatively new space for us. And so we are very much still kind of figuring out how to play and support all the players in this broad ecosystem. So it's good to be here, and it's good to keep talking with and learning from everyone here. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Robert, for this very good introduction. I will not know the floor to Rita. So Rita, please introduce yourself and your VC firms.
Sure, thank you, Ange. Hi, everyone. I'm Rita Zniber. I'm from Morocco, and I'm also the managing partner of Cadiz Ventures, which is a VC fund, a Moroccan VC fund that invests in early stage startups, African early stage startups, tickets between 50K and 200K dollars. We have invested so far in 5 startups since we have started 18 months ago. And we have invested in different countries, in Cameroon, Senegal, Tunisia, and Morocco. And I'm happy to be here today as part of this very interesting ecosystem of incubators, accelerators, and SSOs. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Rita. And I will now give the floor to Neila. So Neila, if you could just take a few words.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a pleasure to share the panel with all of you, and thank you, Ange, for the invitation. I'm Naila. I'm responsible for the portfolio of programs for the Global Impact Hub Network. I think my colleague Keva was here before, but Impact Hub is present so we have 112 Impact Hubs in over 70 countries. We serve around 30,000 entrepreneurs every year, and we do that through spaces and ecosystems that connect locally, but also through programmatic support. And there, we roughly run 400 programs every year. Out of those, roughly 70, because we keep growing, are what we call translocal or international, and that's a portfolio that I manage. So my background and my experience is on programmatic design and effectiveness when it comes to supporting ventures get to whatever they want to go, and one of those could be raising investment. So that's, I think, what we're going to discuss today.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Neila, for this presentation. So yes, because when the Innovation Africa team proposed me to hold this panel, I think that it was very interesting to present that every stakeholder we have seen, the DFIs, the investors, and the business support organization, work together in the ecosystem in order to provide at the end funding either for the ESOs or to the companies, and either within in their own operation or between them, they are very, I think that good best practice and also very good insight to learn from that in order to you ESOs to see how you could either help your companies to raise the next fundraising round, or other ESO also find funding for your operation. So Nathan, I will ask you a first question to Robert. So you, as a FMO's representative, how do you work with business support organization all along the years? So what is how do you work with them?
Yeah, so I like to call them entrepreneurial support organizations, or ESOs, and this again is relatively new area for FMO to be kind of supporting, but it really is just that we, in the past few years, have started to support ESOs really across Africa is where we're starting now, because of additional backing and support that we have from the EC in allowing us to do this work. And we had first kind of, the first year or so when we started kind of during the height of COVID, we were taking kind of a Pan-African approach to work with some Pan-African players, some of those ESOs, as we started to then prioritize a few key markets. And so now we're kind of in this next phase of really trying to work in a few middle-tier markets on the continent. And so we've prioritized Morocco, Ghana, and Tanzania. And now we are really starting to work with and support maybe a few ESOs, or working through some other local partners in these markets. But we're not necessarily trying to choose just one or so ESO. We're really looking for the kind of ecosystem players in their own right. So almost those ESOs that are supporting other ESOs and networks of ESOs, because again, we want to empower the good work and entities that are already out there doing the work, but how are we kind of building the linkage to the later stage investments where, of course, we and other players are going to come into play, because that's where we're seeing a bit of the gap. Is there's a lot of good ESOs and a lot of good kind of incubation acceleration happening. There's still a gap in that kind of final stage of scaling and getting to a level where you have more traditional commercial investors coming into the mix.
Okay, thanks. And you give a good example that you say that ESOs that could help also ESOs. So I think that maybe do you have some, during your experience by working with them, some kind of specific services or specific subjects that you would like to see? Maybe it could be, I don't know, specific workshops that could help on investment readiness, or maybe specific connection or with a connection with investors. What kind of services you would like to see that help you also in your selection in the ESO?
Yeah, it really depends on how we might be looking at the project or program. So for instance, in that first phase I mentioned earlier, we were experimenting and tried to do a agri-tech focused play, and we worked with Endeavor. It's a accelerator that works across the continent, has several offices, but it was with the South African Endeavor program that was working with other offices on specifically running an agri-tech accelerator, because agri-tech is one of our key sectors of focus. So in that sense, we were looking for someone that could hone in on that specific sector and do a kind of Pan-African play. Now, when we're looking at more country-specific level, I think we're looking for players that are, a bit more sector agnostic or can work across different sectors, because this is where we are still looking at a fairly early stage and trying to create that kind of funnel into, again, where we might see a handful of businesses coming out of these markets that are ready for later stage investment. So it kind of depends on who we're partnering with at the local level, and where we might be seeing opportunity from a certain sector. So yeah, again, it kind of depends.
Okay. So yes, it's not about white and black. So it's about different kind of factors and about the project you will develop in the area. I was a question for you, Rita, because it will be interesting to have also the investor point of view. So basically your job is about to invest in the best early stage startups. So you have to work with business support organization. So how do you work with them basically? What is the job? What is the kind of relationship we could have as an investors with ESOs?
Yeah, thank you. And of course, like as an early stage investor or any investor, one of the most strategic phases of the process is the deal flow. So it's how you can source the best startups. And as you know, many VCs, most of them, they don't have like big teams, so small teams that need to go and source startups in different regions, different industries. So the most effective way for us, of course, to do it is through these ESOs that are local, that have like a certain expertise. But we try to be as selective as we can in terms of with whom we can work with. I'm not talking just about Calis Ventures, but generally, like every investor wants to, find we don't have a lot of time to give to that part of the process. Like we prefer to spend time on the due diligence than the sourcing. So yeah, like working with ESOs is definitely something common, very common between a lot of VCs, especially emerging ones that are not well known yet by the startups. So startups cannot come to you on LinkedIn or on directly and try to reach out to you. So you need to expose yourself to those startups through those ESOs, and also like by exposure. I don't only mean exposure as a person or as a VC, but also the exposure that these ESOs can give you. So one of the, let's say, expectations that we have as VCs is to have access to this exposure through these incubators. So to answer now to your question about how do we work with these ESOs, it's a learning by doing, let's say, experience. Because when you first talk to an incubator or an accelerator, they don't know exactly yet what are your expectations. And even you as a VC, when you have an investment thesis, sometimes you can invest in something that is out of your investment thesis. So the accelerator or incubator is like, hey, you told me that this is out of your scope. How come that you're interested in that? So it's a learning by doing. So what I do, for instance, with one of the players in Tunisia, which is OST, don't know if they are a member of ENRICH in Africa or not. But I find the way they work with the investors very effective because, for example, they give you, so first you talk about your criteria based on your portfolio and investments, so they can conclude, let's say, have a conclusion about what's of interest for you. And then they suggest 20 startups, and they give you like an Excel file with the 20 startups that are kind of part of your investment thesis, and then you select, you rate them from 1 to 5 in terms of interest, and after that, like they like it's a short list of 5 startups that you have at the end. So maybe you spend 1 hour looking at all the pitch decks, but this 1 hour saves you a lot of time after, because if you spend like 1 hour with each startup, you lose a lot of time. You don't have that time, I mean, as a VC. And then after, like, you feel that they have learned what interests you, and like you move from 20% of interest out of this 20 startups to maybe 50–70% of interest. So I like this way of working with the ESOs. That is a learning by doing process. Okay, so as we could understand that the ESOs could work as kind of scout for you in order to help you minimize the time to go in the first analysis, and after you could go deeper in the due diligence, and after the more
deeper call you could have in the future. So it's very interesting to understand how do you work with the ESOs. And as ESOs also, for the third point of view, so how do you work with investors also? As a impact hub representative, so how do you work with your network of investors? And also second question, so also with the GFIs, but let's say for the first one, with the network with the investors, how do you work with them? So how do you develop the relationship? And how you could help them find your portfolio companies attractive?
Okay. Now that was very interesting, so thank you for sharing like the good examples, and I think it's a very good case that you shared in Tunisia. I think, first of all, I need to clarify that we work mostly with startups that are impactful, like impact first, so social and environmental impact, and that poses a second challenge, which is the commercial viability or the commercial expectations. Even if they all have a very successful business model, like what's the investment expectation and what's the exit, which is another thing. So it's not only about the ticket size, but also like what is the investment thesis in terms of the exit that is required. And I think that is a very difficult and a very interesting conversation to get into. For us, working with investors, again, locally, very similar to what they were saying, so curating a pool of companies that we support and trying to find investment opportunities for the ones that we feel, first of all, that they want to raise investment, because let's say that investment is not the only vehicle for growth, which is a very important thing to say, because bootstrapping is also coming back, and not all of the business models and not all of the founders are well suited for investment. So I think that's also changing in our sector, giving the founders options and different ways to grow. That being said, when that's appropriate and there is a good match, so it was very interesting to hear Robert say about sector agnostics ESOs, because that's how we started. And we feel that, well, I personally feel, I don't want to talk about for the organization, but that once ecosystems start developing more and more, then you need to specialize. So we became more kind of like ecosystem aggregators than just an incubator and accelerator around specific topics and around specific areas. So in that sense, working with a pool of investors that could, serve the company, something that for me works very well is designing programmatic support with investors in the design phase. So something that I really like is working with, with investors and with suppliers. So we work a lot in supply chain innovation with supermarkets, for example, that then can purchase from the entrepreneurs, and then the investor comes in to, for example, support or to fund a purchase order that will require transformation on the business side. So that becomes a bit more complex and a bit more engineered towards a successful investment and a successful exit as well. So a couple of examples, and then a good example about Africa, since we're here. A couple of years ago, we did 2 editions of a program with GIZ called Deep Dive Africa, where we brought investors from different markets, mostly Europeans, to understand the African market so that we could broaden the pool of investment that was available in the continent. We worked in 4 countries, and we created deal books per category, per industry. And we were trying to match also first local African investors with European investors so that one would feel more at ease with local regulation, and try to make joint deals. And that worked fantastically well.
Wow, so I didn't know about this kind of services, and I'm very happy to know that. And also, so we see about the kind of supplier side, so offering startups to investors, and with the GFIs, so how do you work with them? Do you work with some GFIs? Do you have some? How do you work with them, or what is your? So I don't know, I don't have any specific subject, so I don't have specific name about that, but do you work at first with GFIs, or you are very independent on your way of work?
Can you clarify the acronym?
Yeah, so
Stands for
Yeah,
questions that-
exactly.
yeah, because I'm thinking about also about FMOs, but maybe if you work with I don't know GIZ or
Oh, okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
you see.
Okay. So yeah. Yeah, I wasn't like sometimes we use different terminologies and acronyms. In the
Yeah,
industry.
so sorry about that.
Yeah, so we work with plenty institutional funders. So we work with GIZ, we work with the European Union, we work with the African Development Bank, with the Inter-American Development Bank. We also work with a lot of corporates and corporate foundations. Then that's an interesting piece that I was sharing before on supply chain innovation, because that is just an access to market appeal that then the investors can come in with a very concrete mission in a way, and with a shorter time span. Of course, you need a higher ticket size, but so we work with companies like IKEA, with Adidas, with many other corporations in terms of like how do you make their supply chain more sustainable and more socially minded. And so yeah, that I think it went. I don't know what beyond the DFI question, but yeah.
Yeah, okay, very clear. Thanks a lot for that. So I said that we have seen all about all these stakeholders also develop their relationship between each other, but also you're interesting to see that all they could help also their own portfolio companies. So I could come back to you, Rita. So maybe if you tell me before that you also help your portfolio companies to raise the next round of fundraising. So could you just tell us more about that? How do you help your portfolio companies?
Yeah, sure. So what I didn't say at the beginning when I started talking about Cadiz Ventures is that we also have another company, a sisterhood company, which is an investment bank with 15 years of experience. And which means that we have been working with corporates, local corporates in their transactions. And what we are trying to do now that we have built the VC fund is to also create these bridges between corporates and startups. This can go in both ways, whether to have corporates as investors in these startups where we invest, and we have been able to prove it through some of our current investments, where we had local corporates that never invested before in startups, and they did it through us. That's the first step. And the second step is to also create GVs, partnerships between startups and these corporates, whether for startups that are based locally in Morocco, or for those that are based internationally, and we can open for them the market in Morocco. This is something that we are able to do and that we have shown our ability to do it. So the first added value is by doing that first. Second is, of course, to help our startups raise the next funds, because that's how you continue growing. We don't like to support continuously we don't like to be the only investors that are following in the next stages. So we try to connect them with international investors, but also to international accelerators like SOSV, YC, Techstars, and other programs that can make them more, that can give them a better exposure to international investors, which can still be, for early stage startups, we might be the first ones giving them this access, because we come at the same time as other business angels who are not institutionalized yet. So we like this position of being very helpful to our startups by giving them access to this kind of networks.
Okay, so very, very insightful. So I think that you're offering your network of investors and propose to these networks the access to your portfolio companies, and so that they could raise a new fund. Thanks a lot for that. Yes, I come to you, Robert. We have some ESOs in the room, but also in digital. So if you have some maybe tips or best practice to share to the ESOs to develop to develop a good relationship with their DFI. So what you could share to them? So what you could share to them? Yeah.
Yeah. So the bulk of our work as a DFI is making later stage investments. This is like 10 million and above. So it's just, the ventures program side is when we're talking more in this VC space, but we're not really looking to make direct investments into ESOs. We have technical assistance funding that we're using to support the growth of the ecosystem and fund ESOs and other players. And so that's really the kind of point of engagement, I think, with, us, and I would argue probably other DFIs as well at this stage. So, really in that kind of area in which the DFIs, as you're starting to see more and more in this industry, how they're doing this upstream work and really starting to intersect where more traditional donor and development agencies have been playing. And so I think it's looking at what are the kind of TA, technical assistance type programs that the DFIs are supporting. And so, for instance, for us, as I mentioned earlier, it's really looking at the specific markets that I mentioned, and also kind of, if it's not the ventures program, we do have other funds that support the growth of ecosystem through different lenses, whether it's through kind of supporting women entrepreneurs or refugees. And so it's about understanding how your work would intersect the technical assistance programs through those funds or through that lens. And then, I think starting conversations, because the work that we're doing is, from the TA side of the equation, is very small in comparison to what the donor agencies are doing. And we're still kind of, let's say, honing the way in which we are engaging with the broader community to, make these opportunities known and share that, and then ideally to be able to make it available to more ESOs, where we don't have a local presence in most markets that we're focused on. And so, but we're trying to really access and support and engage with ESOs that are based there, but it's still very early stages. And so I think it's about talking with the right parts, the representatives of the DFIs, those that are looking at and running programs, through the different funds that I mentioned.
Okay, thanks a lot for that. So I think that for the ESOs, that we could say that the thematic is very important, so about women entrepreneurship or about the specific sectors or geography. We could say that it's very important for the ESOs to have in mind before discussing with you. So I have maybe a question with to you, Neila. So you as as Impact Hubs, also you present that also you have a generalist, at first an agnostic approach. So you also do you maybe develop some kind of a specific specialized approach? So maybe you have a specific approach about a certain thematic. So how do you do that?
Yeah, I think it really depends on the ecosystem.
Yeah.
So when a new impact house starts in a new ecosystem, they would probably go with a sector agnostic approach, because first of all, we're all about impact entrepreneurship or social entrepreneurship. So that is already, a differentiator. And in some markets, that's very unique and that's very innovative. And for other markets, that's, everybody's doing it, and you need to go more specific. So we have some impact house, for example, Impact House Amsterdam is very strong in circularity and circular fashion, in circularity in product development. Some impact houses in Africa are very strong in agriculture. Some impact houses, it really depends on the ecosystem and where it makes sense. I'm based in London. I can tell you Impact Hub in London is very strong in food and ag, and mostly in the food and beverage sector. But also now they have a very specific approach, which is circularity in construction, with specific partnerships. So I think it's all about, again, looking at the support, not from a technical assistance perspective, but more from an ecosystem transformation. So how can you support entrepreneurs and how can you change an industry, right? So what are the pieces of the puzzle that the entrepreneurs are playing? What is the access to markets? What is the access to finance that they get? What's a policy component? What are the incentives? What are the blockers? So yeah, we try to look at that from a more holistic perspective. But again, you cannot start that like that. So if you are an ESO in a, newer to the ecosystem, I would definitely go sector agnostic and then look into what are the partnerships that you have at hand, what's the knowledge, what's your team like, what are your skills, and what's your community of entrepreneurs. So sometimes your own community starts shaping the expertise that you end up having. But yeah, there are markets that are extremely saturated, and I feel that if you can specialize in 1, 2, 3 industries and look at that from an ecosystemic perspective, then you're more likely to create a more like a systems change, if you want to say so.
Thanks a lot for your very useful recommendation to the young ESOs that want to develop. So we'll now thanks a lot for all your insights. We maybe let the first to 1 or 2 questions maybe you have in the audience. If 1 or 2 persons have some question to share to our speakers.
We might have time for 1 question. I'm putting my strict moderator's hat on again. So
yes, we have 1 question.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Bonaventure, Africa State Solution, my company. I facilitate the partnership North-South. So the question is that now we can see that there is a divide to access to funding when you are talking about partnership between Europe and Africa, but more specifically for Francophone countries. So I think that access to fundings, even in the previous panel, they talked about the academy, exchange or networking academy. So how can we leverage the achievements or the findings we had within this project and to extend them to the Francophone startups or incubators? Thank you.
I will attempt to answer that. Very complex but important question. And the way that we are looking to hopefully facilitate those kind of regional connections, and I'd say more broadly between the Francophone, Anglophone, and just really kind of Pan-African connections. We're looking for the players and the ESOs or the network organizations that are doing that. And I think you have some really good examples out there. I mean, we support Africa Arena. They're in the room here, and and they're looking and supporting others in their network who are building those bridges and providing resources to ESOs and other players to maybe access Francophone Africa more, who might not be, but in other markets. So again, I think for us, we really look at how are we facilitating these networks and organizations that are building those networks, and it's ESOs and others. So yeah, I would direct you to some of our partners and maybe those experts that are helping to bring more resources to bear that support that goal.
So yes, okay, perfect. Thanks a lot for speakers, Rita, Robert, and Ayla. Thanks a lot for your time and insightful elements you share to our audience here and in digital. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Angers, for moderating the panel so well, and also for everybody sharing their expertise. Really useful insights there. So we are now at our final panel of the day. It's time to look into the future. So I'm going to ask Zandile Nutili to come up again from the EiA Center, along with the directors, Eduardo Herman, Christophe Viano, Philippe Kirakov, and Sarah Medina. Welcome to you all. Thank you. Zandile, over to you.
This should be a very interesting one. We have here on the stage my directors. So it's very nice that I will be asking the questions that they ask me.
We're on fire.
Welcome,
Last but
Philip.
not least.
So this is our final panel for today. We're looking into the future. We're looking to what the center can bring to the ecosystem, what the center is already doing. Maybe just as an opener, from anyone, what are the biggest challenges that are facing the champions today, and how can the ENRICH in Africa Center help them overcome these? This is across the AU and the EU. The biggest challenges facing the champions. You can start, Philip.
Sure. Well, I think that there's a kind of an ecosystem that has evolved that optimizes itself off of bidding on these tenders, and there's organizations that are really, really good at it. And so when the tenders come out, there's organizations that know how to find them, they know how to respond to them, they know how to optimize. But there's a much, much larger organization or much larger pool of organizations, small businesses, SMEs, consulting firms, practitioners all across the continent that have no idea about all of this money that's available and all of these tenders that are available. And even when they find out about them, they're not good at applying for them. So there's a huge gap between, but in many cases, they would be the best potential practitioners and best potential beneficiaries of those tenders. They'd be best positioned to execute on the goals of the governments that are putting the tenders out. And so bridging that gap is where we're trying to fill. We are trying to help to increase awareness, increase access, and ultimately increase collaboration, because many of those smaller organizations, one of the reasons they fail to win tenders is because they can't serve they can't fill the whole tender. So they would have to go in and partner, so they can say, I can do 25% of this or 30% of this, but I need to partner with other organizations to do the rest of it. Where do I find those? And it just falls apart then. So I think that's really a key component of what we can help to solve for.
Okay. Wanna take?
Yeah, perhaps just to complement on that. I mean, during the, let's say, field research we have come to more or less always the same conclusion when talking to innovation facilitators or innovation support organizations and innovators, and that's the lack of financing. That was like the common denominator more or less all the time. And the second, also very tricky challenge they face is the fragmentation of information. This applies to a great extent to the donors. You have a huge universe of organizations trying to do something or doing something, some of them extremely successful in Africa. Some of them are sponsors, some of them are DFIs. You have the European Commission also itself. You have the larger DFIs from some of the EU member states. And these guys, in particular in the African ecosystem, are just sometimes overwhelmed. Which are the programs that we really need to focus on, and also how we get access to that? Because knowing that they exist is the first bit of the challenge, or solving the challenge, but then it's, in the case of European programs, how I get access to a consortium, how can I prepare a competitive proposal? And this is where we are trying to help, where we are trying to also help European initiatives and programs to see in ENRICH in Africa Center a sort of, let's say, place to be where we can help to overcome the access to information, become some sort of repository where the information can be collected, and we can support the access to it, in particular also to our African customers and partners. And in that way, this is the, let's say, ultimate objective we have, facilitate the access to those various programs that are aimed at supporting entrepreneurship and or international collaboration at large.
Thank you, Eduardo. And with all this scope that we have, Christophe, how does the ENRICH in Africa Center ensure that it is sustainable and viable for the long term?
Yeah, well, I think, well, first of all, you know, just in terms of introduction,
there was no introduction.
I'm an entrepreneur. That's why I'm only 1 in 3 guys with a tie in the room. You know, I wanted to impress you guys.
You know?
Based in Africa, I've been there for 19 years. Before we got involved into ENRICH in Africa, I actually started several ventures. One of them is called Africa Arena. Robert made a nice mention to it earlier. We're doing some good work with FMO there. And so when we created Africa Arena, we did this on the mission of creating market access and capital access for the entrepreneurs, the founders. And we quickly learned that it was all about networks, finding a business model that was sustainable, and being very service-minded. So I think when I translate that into the ENRICH in Africa mission statement, which I think is solving what Philippe talked about, the same way founders need access to market and capital, champions, incubators, accelerators, ESOs, they also need access to market and capital, and they also need to connect with other geographies to be able to respond to opportunities that can be issued by the European Commission or African Development Bank and so forth, and that require some interoperability. Often these calls, they require regional or Pan-African aspect of things. So I think, to answer your question, I think we need to be service-minded. We are at the service of the champions. If we create value for the champion, there will be a value proposition to monetize this service. And I think that I was having a really nice discussion with my colleague from Impact Hub, who was on stage before this panel, and understanding the Impact Hub model, I think it's also a lot of learning for ENRICH in Africa. There will be sustainability if we're able to share a little bit of the value we create for the champions. So I think Zandile, your job is clear, is to create opportunity, build a network, using the different assets we've built through the project to be delivering this to the champions. And if we don't, then we'll struggle. If we do, we'll be successful.
On that note, when you work with people, you assume that everybody knows them. Shall I start with introductions? Then we'll continue with our discussion. Sarah, can you introduce yourself?
Many thanks, Zandil. So I'm Sarah Medina. I'm a member of the board of SPI. And SPI, we are a consulting company that focuses on science and technology and innovation. We have 85 full-time people working across different geographies, including the headquarters in Portugal. So my colleague Pedro Monteiro is also here with me. And then we have a presence in China already for more than 20 years, also USA, and strong activity with many projects done in Africa, Latin America, and Southeast Asia, working a lot with the European Commission, with startups, with entrepreneurs, with the universities, and other international organizations like the World Bank. And we are a partner of ENRICH in Africa, and we are also a shareholder within the new ENRICH in Africa Center, together with with the 3 other partners. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Philip, introduce yourself.
Thank you. My name is Philip Kirchhoff. I am co-founder and CEO of Startup Bootcamp Afritech. We are a global network of accelerator programs running all across the continent. Running all around the world, but I along with my co-founder Zach George, launched Startup Bootcamp Afritech in 2017, and we run cohorts every year. So to date, we've had 70 startups come through our programs, all Pan-African programs. We have campuses in Cape Town, originally in Cape Town, now in Dakar. We partner with large organizations, DFIs, corporates. Also, thankfully, we have FMO as one of our partners that's here, and some others that aren't physically in the room, but that you would know, household names, AWS, Google, et cetera. So our mission is to scout, skill, and scale the most disruptive startups on the African continent. And we help facilitate quite a remarkable success rate to date. About 90% of the startups that have come through our programs are still operating more than 2 years after the fact. And more than half of those have not needed any follow-on funding. So we help them to actually achieve commercial traction and self-sustainability. The ones that have raised funding have raised about 120 million euros worth of follow-on funding post-program. So that's what we do as an accelerator, but more in the context here, we are one piece of a much larger ecosystem. And the reason that we wanted to become a founding partner of the ENRICH in Africa Center was to take all of the successful, all of the experiments that had been run over the last 3 years from the ENRICH in Africa project backed by the EC, and to turn those into a repeatable, scalable business model, which is really the textbook definition of startups. And so, because startups are our DNA, we live, breathe, eat, sleep the startup ethos. We bring that part of it to the partnership here, and we're very happy to be able to take the strengths that we have and also the challenges, which are that we typically would not be accessing grants and the things that I had mentioned earlier. So we're very happy to have partners like Steinbeis who are exceptional at that side of it, that we can collaborate with and try to help bring the benefits that we've gotten out of this and all of the learnings from the last 3 years and turn those into a long-term viable commercial undertaking.
Thank you. Eduardo?
Yeah, I think it was just an accident that we skipped the obvious part of it because we are used to work so close together that, yeah, it's not a big issue. So my name is Eduardo Herman, and I'm representing here a Germany-based organization, innovation consultancy company, which is called Steinbeis, which is officially one of the largest technology transfer networks worldwide. Basically what we do is to advise companies, research organizations, and in particular also startups in everything related to their innovation processes. So we work along all the innovation life cycle. And in terms of access to finance, that we know it's one major issue for all those actors. We are mostly focused on European funding. So this is basically in a nutshell what we do. We are more or less 100 employees based in 2 locations, in Stuttgart and then in Karlsruhe. I'm at the same time also a member of the board, the management board. And we mostly deal with technical projects, technical international collaborative projects. And this is how everything also started with Africa. We run projects still where we run and develop installations for water treatment coupled to aquaculture and circular economy in general. This is how everything started. And then this is one of the exotic projects we have. Let's put it that way. Ecosystem building, innovation ecosystem building is let's say, one important topic, and internationalization that we have. And I think now, bring it down to earth on ENRICH in Africa, I think the first confirmation that there is a demand and that this can be successfully done is this very project. I mean, facilitating the collaboration between innovators in Africa and organizations pursuing similar goals in Europe. And for me, it was particularly a challenge or part of the vision to demonstrate inside my own company that we were not only good at advising on the theory, but also on the practical side, and that we will also be able to create a startup and pilot what we normally, let's say, are the areas where we advise other companies to do better, or to be courageous and have, for instance, spin-offs for research organizations. So we are also, let's say, becoming entrepreneurs, and we decided to go on this journey with experienced guys, and this is where we are now.
Okay. On that note, when the center was first conceptualized and there were plans that were in place, and now that we're here, if you can compare the two plans, and what are the plans for the center moving forward, or shall I say, the envisioned plans? Yes.
Oh, okay. I think that one of the most important things here to mention is that when we decided to jump, we four, into the creation of the center, is that it was clear that we should have a startup-like mindset and agility. So we are in that road, let's say, and I think we have learned very early that we needed to talk to the people, to the potential customers on the ground, and not just assume. And this is, I think, the first step that we have been, let's say, doing, corroborating, already running some experiments, what is really needed. And I think the way ahead is to continue exactly in that path, to continue testing the services we have, to continue listening very closely to our customers, to our network partners, if what we think that they are needing based on their feedback, if it's really actual, if it's still, let's say, according to their current needs. And this should be the guidance for us to keep flexibility and adapt ourselves to our customer needs, and in order to best respond to generating business opportunities, amplify their success, and in that way deliver added value that is, let's say, the main engine that will keep us alive.
Okay, thank you for that, Eduardo. So, Sarah, with that said, how can the ENRICH Africa Center measure and demonstrate its impact on the African and European startup ecosystem?
Thank you so much, Zandil, for the question. I think the ENRICH Africa Center really needs to be a platform of cooperation between the European and the African startup and the entrepreneurs and the innovation ecosystem. I think we need to have ways of measuring our performance in terms of KPIs that need to be defined, and then we need to follow them and see if they are really achieved. We need to have successful case studies of entrepreneurs and startups and SMEs that were helped due to the ENRICH Africa Center, either finding partnerships, either merging with access to capital, like venture capital or business angel, or even access to funding directly from tenders from the European Commission or from World Bank, United Nations, and other international donors, and really be a platform that really can enhance the cooperation between Europe and Africa with these successful cases that can be demonstrated on a daily life. I'd like also to stress here the issue of the visa, and as we have Vincenzo here from the European Commission, I think it would be very good that the European Commission could take some action, because within also the ENRICH in Africa project, we tried to organize a learning expedition, bringing Africans to Europe. Actually, it was a learning expedition to Portugal, and we had about 10 participants from Nigeria and other African countries that were denied the visa, although from our side we made multiple efforts in terms of contacts with the embassies to really try to solve the issue. I think the European Commission should take some action in terms of if we really want to enhance the science, technology, and innovation cooperation between Europe and Africa. This type of issues should not happen, and really the face-to-face connection in dealing with the different African countries is essential. And it's very important that the Europeans travel there and that the Africans travel here in order for the actual partnerships to happen. And from the ENRICH in Africa Center, we'll be very active on that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, the issue of the visa seems to be coming up a lot. It's a theme. We have one clap. So that's one that we have identified. But as the center, how can the center help to support Champions Network to scale their businesses internationally? So we've identified the issue of helping with visas or limiting barriers caused through visas. How else can the center support? We'll start with, this one is for all of you, okay. But I'll start with Philip.
Sure. So, yeah, one of the biggest challenges for startups, SMEs, and smaller businesses, which we're including accelerators, incubators, co-working spaces, other, all sorts of businesses. But one of the biggest challenges for organizations that want to scale is that doing it by themselves is really hard. But if they can work through channel partners, if they can work through organizations that already have a bridge into their target market that they're trying to get to, then they can really just kind of ride coattails. And that's something that that we, as a center, as a ENRICH in Africa program, have developed. We've tested and validated several work streams over the last 3 years. And we're now going to be able to, I think, capitalize on that and really look at ways, and amplify the work that's already been done. So she was mentioning, Sarah was mentioning some of like the soft landing programs or the twinning programs, and where we have organizations, we have partners that are already well entrenched into target geographies. So if an organization wants to expand into Portugal or wants to expand into Germany from Africa, from an African country, then we can already give them, open up doors. We can do the pre-screening before they ever depart on the trip. We can identify what are the best potential opportunities. And oftentimes this really starts with some pretty intense interrogation with the founders themselves. Startups or small organizations oftentimes think they know what they're looking for, but in fact they need something different, or there's a pivot, or there's some clarification, or there's ways to tighten up the story and to help them really get laser focused on exactly the type of partner or customer or investor that they need on the other side, and so that they can, and we do that work with them prior to departure on the trip, so that then when they arrive, then they get the maximum benefit, so the highest amount of quality time and interactions by putting them in the room, putting them across the table from the right kind of person on the other side, and helping them to be very clear and crisp around what is the value that they bring. What is the return on investment that, whether it's commercial or actual financial investment, but what is the return that the other partner would do? So all of that work we can do and make that feasible so that they can benefit when they embark on these endeavors.
Okay, so you are
maybe
all...
I can add one element to that. One of the things I can share from my experience in business, so I've worked in corporates, then I started a number of ventures. I created a few communities, started the French Tech Network in South Africa, and then across Africa we ended up creating 9 communities, then Africa Arena. And one story I want to share is, how powerful communities can be for achieving business. So when you're a private organization, you do your networking, you have your CRM, it's yours, right? So we all do that as our own business. That's good. But there's so much we can do as a person, as a team, as a company. When you start having a mandate that is beyond that, so I experienced that with the French Tech Network first, Africa EiA, which is kind of a social enterprise type mandate, you create a sense of community to your mission that is beyond just the business goal. Then the community becomes the marketplace, and you avail the community to all your community members. We actually scale this with something called Digital Collective Africa. In the work we're doing with Africa EiA, putting together some ESOs like Philippe, VCs, corporates, investors, we realized they all wanted to work together towards a certain goal, and we created this kind of public-private partnership called Digital Collective Africa that is now one of the most impactful initiatives on the continent, trying to drive the future of VC and the future of tech community in Africa. I think, really, ENRICH in Africa should be the community for Europe, Africa, scientific and tech cooperation, aggregating the universities, startups, investors, ESOs, all the players, public and private, that are working towards that goal. And I think this is still we've done that a bit with the project, but I think a lot still need and should be done. So I see one service and great value we can provide to the community is to really enable it with building this amazing network that nobody else really is going to build as a commons, And I think the great contribution of the European Commission here is that through this project, we can really build something that will have this higher goal. And I think now on you and your teams and Dile and us as a center to really enable and build that, so that in 2 years when we ask the champion, was this useful? Well, this is a great community we can do business on. We can connect, and it's a platform for trade.
So can I just add? Yeah, I mean, I just want to pick up on what Christophe was saying, and what's really innovative, or to use the term that we would be most comfortable with, but what's most disruptive about this idea of having a 3-year project that was funded, it was pre-funded, and if you look at the financial incentives there, everybody that was participating was really getting, they were getting paid for doing the project. You deliver on the objectives, you get paid, and you're happy days. When you're starting a company, then you have to be responsive to the marketplace, right? Because there is no guaranteed funding for this, for what goes forward. There was the seed funding to really get this thing started. And what this model is hopefully we're successful, but it really represents a pretty pioneering approach to how to leverage this kind of funding, government funding, EC funding, DFI funding, in a way that takes advantage of the best of the lean startup approach, right? And that if we're able to validate, we're able to show that this is a successful approach, and we make a company that's growing and scaling and becomes, much larger than where it started, it will be only because we were able to take all of the learnings from that initial kind of seed grant and turn those into commercial ventures. And I think that's going to be the best legacy of all, is that it's not that we as one entity, but that the model itself, that this idea, this concept of creating a startup out of the guaranteed initial funding, if that works, then that is really an incredible new way for these types of projects to be funded moving forward.
Thank you very much. You've actually answered the question I was going to ask next, because you were all individually successful in your own entities. So why join the community? But you've already answered that. So I think maybe as a final question before I move on to the audience, what are the opportunities available to the center to take advantage of in the next 1 to 3 years, which we call to the stakeholders to join us, to join this community? Eduardo.
Well, I think there is there is a huge world of opportunities that we can touch almost every day, and there's a lot of potential that we can tap into with the center. We have all witnessed this growing interest from the European Commission and from the European side on Africa and on, let's say, improving, enhancing, deepening the collaboration links in the areas of innovation, science, and technological development. So I will conclude, we are at the right time, at the right place, with the right organization. I think this is one of the, let's say, perhaps non-tangible key factors for success. If you happen to be at the right place, and this factor, luck, is also a bit on your side. And I think we have the conjunction of these factors, and for me, the first, let's say, evidence of this is, for instance, the EU Innovation Agenda, which is, as we have heard this morning from Vincenzo, planned with a long-term perspective. And now we have, for instance, in the 3 years horizon now ahead, also the luck that we secured the funding for the center for the coming 2 years. So we will be there, playing in the right field. And now it's, I think, now the challenge for us to manage to build up a reputation by delivering added value to our network partners, that we become the platform to be the trusted organization to talk to when, for instance, DFIs are from the Team Europe, for instance, are operating entrepreneurial programs and or any sort of digitalization measures. For instance, the GIZ is running all this stuff on digitizing projects in Africa, where we luckily are also engaged. So I think there is a lot of potential and opportunities there where we can connect these both innovation ecosystems through the right vehicle, meaning the ENRICH in Africa Center.
Wonderful. I'll now switch over to the audience and we'll take questions. That was a quick one.
Thank you for a very interesting discussion and for the other panels too. I just couldn't help notice, and correct me if I'm wrong, maybe the absence of diaspora representatives today, even though I think should be at the center of this kind of process connecting our two continents. And same for, of course, there is a focus maybe on the English-speaking African countries, and so I didn't hear a lot of initiatives in French-speaking African countries, and same for North African countries. So there has been a representative of Morocco, but in general, North Africa has been also a bit absent of the conversation. So are you aware of any strategy to engage those three, so diaspora representatives, diaspora organizations, also entrepreneurs in French-speaking countries, and especially in North Africa? Thank you.
Perhaps just a first formalistic reply to your question, because I think it's very valid. North Africa, well, the thing is, the call that we responded to was focused on sub-Saharan Africa. That is, let's say, the mere formality we needed to accomplish, and that means North Africa was not considered, and that's, let's say, the reason of the geographical focus we got. This is one thing. In terms of the, I think, geographical coverage, we got, I think, both French-speaking and English-speaking countries well covered, and the, let's say, the shaping of the consortium, we observed that we get a balance, let's say, in complementary confirmation of the consortium, right?
Yeah, if I can complement that, I think it's exactly, we're like a startup, right? We're finding our product market fit, so we respond to a core sub-Saharan African focus. Now, of course, this is a European-African project, so the center had to be seated in Africa. So we actually ran an internal competition or internal tender, if you like. And so there was the finalists were Accra and Cape Town, so two English-speaking countries. But the center had to be in Africa. So the team is completely based in Africa, is African. And as you can see in the directors, we have some European diaspora like me. But I'm a French based in Cape Town for 19 years, and then some European partners who are based in Europe. And then we got this American guy. What is he doing there? But so we are very international. I think you're very right that a missing element is the diaspora, African diaspora in Europe. So we're absolutely 100% right. We have a lot of connection in there. I think it's probable that we will maybe try to enhance the governance by bringing that in the coming months and years. But as we're finding our product market fit, what we're definitely doing is now having a Pan-African focus. So many of our members, like Bondinov, who is here, have operation in Morocco. Africa EiA is operating in Tunisia and Senegal. Bondinov and Startup Bootcamp are operating in Senegal. So actually, a lot of the consortium members have very strong operations and are scaling things in Francophone and Arabic Africa. So we're really seeing the opportunity as Pan-African now. I think we believe, like Eduardo said, we have the right product for the right opportunity at the right time, hopefully with the right team, but still work to be done there. And it's definitely with a Pan-African mandate. Now, as we said, it's all about what value are we going to be creating, and the proof will be in the pudding. We have to deliver, and being service-minded, value-oriented to deliver that is the key to success. But I think we have very strong partners, and I'm very confident we'll deliver. And we have a great team, female-led team with a great team in Cape Town, and I think it will work. Sarah, you want to add something?
We are, if I may also add, we are also reaching the Portuguese-speaking countries. So I'm from Portugal. So the Portuguese-speaking countries in Africa are also quite valid for the ENRICH in Africa Center, like Angola and Mozambique, Cabo Verde, Guinea-Bissau. Zandil was very recently in conversations with the potential champions in Angola, for instance. So we are trying also to have this Portuguese-speaking countries community involved within the center, apart from the French and the English that was already mentioned. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just add to this that, I mean, Christophe mentioned, I'm American by birth, but I would say African by choice, right? So I wear the African socks just to make sure that I can fly the colors. But it really speaks to an unfortunate reality. So the company that I co-founded, we now have 14 full-time members of our team. I'm the only non-African on the team. This is Startup Bootcamp, and the same thing with the ENRICH in Africa Center. The directors might not be African, but all of the people that we're hiring and all the leadership, the people that are actually executing and driving it. But the unfortunate reality is that the Europeans, the Americans, we just have a fundamental advantage when it comes to fundraising and securing contracts and securing opportunities. And so the best role that we can play in this unequal landscape as it is right now is to leverage those opportunities to find them, but to bring them to the best executors and the best visionaries who are the Africans that are on the continent themselves. So, Christophe, 19 years living in Cape Town. I've been there for 10 years. Family, kids, like our lives are there. But the best thing, the best legacy that we can create is to try and take advantage of the things that we can bring in order to make more opportunities for the people that are actually doing the amazing work and the innovators and the undiscovered entrepreneurs.
Here.
So I think we'll take one more question, and then.
Well, can I, Zandile? I mean, how do you feel about that? That kind of being in this role. I mean, I know you're at the moderator, but as kind of this question really does speak to you, as being hired into this opportunity as the leader of the organization.
Yes, This is actually, interestingly enough, a topic that we were discussing from yesterday with one of our partners who has also been looking at the diaspora. We've got one of our champions, our newly inaugurated champions, RAG Hub. They are based in Belgium and in Ghana. So there is a big interest of some of our diaspora entities that would like to internationalize to Africa. So the question that we were discussing is, how do you activate the diaspora to go to Africa? But we then decided to look at it in a different sense. You want to go to the diaspora that already would like to internationalize to Africa. So it's something that we have in our plans that we want to be intentional about, but not just in a wide array, but in our discussions with the new champions that we are onboarding, we are getting a lot of interest from the diaspora already, and learning from them on what is the diaspora interested in and why are they interested to coming back, those that are, because there are some that are not. Yeah, so it is part of our plans.
I think we have time. You have to, one person can answer the question if we have a question. Someone got their hand up because we are going to wrap up. And the networking cocktail awaits.
So I just want to add one more thing.
Okay.
Because I think we've been talking about the future and what's going to happen and all these exciting things, but this would not have been possible without the team that has been working on this. So I'd like to thank, it's the end of the project, all the contributors, so well done. The people who put this event together, Kova, well done. The project manager for ENRICH in Africa, Sandrine. And someone very special who's been the first person I talked to on this project that got Métis involved, and who is leaving, I think, Steinbeis to pursue other adventures, Faith. Really, thank you very much for everything you've done for the last 3 years. Onwards and upwards, right? Like we say. So thank you very much for your contribution.
Thank you very much, Nandila. Thank you for your great moderation throughout the day. I just wanted to thank the online audience for watching, and I'm told there was over 160 of you who watched, so 170, so that's pretty good. Thank you very much. Yes, I think that's it. Does anyone else want to have a last word? We've had our thanks.
I just really
go ahead,
want
Nandila.
to thank the directors for this panel. Thank the audience for sticking it out and still being here, actively engaged. Also want to thank you for running the day and making it a success. We are moving forward with the center, as you know. The future is bright. To our partners that are falling away, the consortium, let's keep talking, let's keep engaging. The opportunities are for all of us. The center will succeed if we leverage on what we have already. Yeah, thank you. And to our future partners. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done.
It would be great if the project partners of ENRICH could come just to take a picture.